Chapter 1168. Who can tell me what exactly happened? Why did a great figure like Tao Lord Purple Thunder come to the Tao Raising Mountain? Flying Phoenix Immortal King was burning with anxiety. How could she care less about her weak body? She immediately got up and went out to check on the situation outside. The maids could not stop her. They could only support her and walk out of the room. Not only Flying Phoenix Immortal King, the 400,000 members of the True Lightning clan were also in a mess because of Tao Lord Purple Thunder's arrival. After all, immortal emperors were the supreme beings in the True Lightning world. Any immortal emperor had the strength to crush the members of the True Lightning clan. They had to be cautious and fearful. Even though they were mentally prepared, the two immortal kings were still a little nervous when they saw Tao Lord Purple Thunder's arrival. However, when they saw Ning Fan's calm expression, they felt reassured. Since this person deliberately led Tao Lord Purple Thunder here, he certainly has a way to deal with him. We just need to wait and see. The two of them thought. Tao Lord Purple Thunder stood in the sky above the Tao Raising Mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. He did not even bother to open his eyes. His expression was incomparably arrogant. He did not put the True Lightning clan in his eyes at all. If it wasn't because someone had injured the three venerated beings of the Snow Mountain and slapped his face, he would not even bother to step into this snowy region which was barren of spiritual chi. He was a sixth tribulation great emperor who had been famous for a long time. Similar to most of the lightning cultivators of the Foam clan, his body was completely made up of pure lightning power. There was also a strong ancient demon chi spreading out from his body. That ancient demon chi had already reached the level of an ancient demon with ancestral bloodline. It was quite sharp. I'll say it again. The arrogant disciple who injured the three venerated beings of the Snow Mountain, get out here right now. As Tao Lord Purple Thunder let out a furious roar, a gigantic spirit wheel that was condensed from purple lightning suddenly appeared behind him. It was actually his ancient demon spirit wheel. His roar reverberated across heaven and earth. Each time it reverberated, some members of the True Lightning clan would cough up blood due to the impact. Even the immortal kings of the True Lightning clan, like Flying Phoenix Immortal King, could not withstand the aura force of this person. This person is actually an ancient demon with ancestral bloodline. Even though the two lightning demons I killed when I first entered this world also had a trace of ancient demon bloodline, it was extremely weak. However, this person was different. His ancient monster bloodline was very pure. It was obvious that he had mastered it and even condensed his spiritual wheel. During the Age of Chaos, within 4 days, the demon race had lost their demon spiritual power due to some unforeseen event. It was already very difficult for ancient demons to be born. At most, they could only give birth to some fake ancient demons that imitated the ancient demons. Unfortunately, this True Lightning world is isolated from the rest of the world, causing the demon cultivators here to not lose their demon spirit force. Ancient demons can still be born. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. With a sway of his body, he appeared in the vast sky. With a flick of his sleeve, the heaven and earth roar of Tao Monarch Purple Thunder strangely dissipated. Amidst the swirling white snow, Ning Fan and Tao Monarch Purple Thunder stood opposite each other in midair. Seeing that Ning Fan had finally shown up and had easily broken his demon roar, Tao Monarch Purple Thunder's expression turned slightly unpleasant. What surprised him even more was that Ning Fan looked very unfamiliar. At first, he thought that the person who bullied the three venerated beings of the Snow Mountain was an immortal king who had been famous for a long time in the True Lightning world. However, it seemed like that was not the case. This young man doesn't have the chi of a heaven-sealing lightning demon on him. He is not a member of my Foam clan. This is for sure. This young man is either from a mid-grade clan or a low-grade True Lightning clan. In short, his background won't be too powerful. There's nothing to worry about this. Similarly, there's no need to be afraid of his cultivation base. The three venerated beings of the Snow Mountain said that he is a peak immortal king. However, in my opinion, his immortal king Qi is far from reaching the great perfection realm. Weak. Too weak. Judging from the baleful Qi left in this place, this young man has also killed the patrolling lightning cultivators of the Feng clan. Humph. How dare a mere mid-grade cultivator kill a lightning cultivator of my Feng clan? He's really courting death. Dao Monarch Purple Thunder's mind raced. His eyes quickly turned gloomy. He let out a cold snort and said arrogantly to Ning Fan. Junior, tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Ning Fan acted as if he did not hear Dao Monarch Purple Thunder's question. He was too lazy to answer him. Instead, he looked at the direction of the Snow Mountain where immortal King Fei Feng was. Fei Feng has finally appeared. It would be a lie if Ning Fan said he did not feel guilty when facing this old woman who had one foot in the grave. He let out a sigh and spoke to immortal King Fei Feng using telepathy. At first, immortal King Fei Feng was still thinking about Ning Fan's identity and purpose. However, the moment she heard Ning Fan's telepathy, her breathing suddenly became sluggish. Then, her face was filled with death qi and tears flowed down her cheeks. Lord Fei Feng, what happened to you? The few maids immediately panicked. It's nothing. Just let me rest for a while. It's just that an old friend of mine has passed away. It's just that he won't be able to come back anymore. Fei Feng closed her eyes in pain. On the other side, Dao Monarch Purple Thunder was enraged by Ning Fan's disregard. How dare you? I'm asking you a question as an immortal emperor. How dare you ignore me? Dao Monarch Purple Thunder activated his demon spiritual power. Lightning flashed in his lightning demon spirit wheel and millions of tiny mosquitoes flew out of it. Those mosquitoes were all formed from lightning power. Their appearances were strange and it was hard to name them. Each of the mosquitoes had the cultivation base of a life immortal realm cultivator. Among the millions of mosquitoes, there were even a few peak immortal king realm mosquitoes. Their appearance was so overwhelming that it made one's scalp go numb. Is this the power of an immortal emperor, old monster? He can actually transform millions of immortal insects using lightning power. If these millions of immortal insects come down, my true lightning clan will definitely be devoured by them. The two immortal kings of the true lightning clan were stunned by Dao Monarch Purple Thunder's heaven-defying means. Countless members of the true lightning clan exclaimed in fear. The sounds of insects and the exclamations of humans in the entire clan gathered together, creating a cacophony of noises. Insect technique, Ning Fan's expression did not change at all. He just raised his hand and pointed at the sky. Immediately, the Tai Su lightning diagram appeared above the snowy sky. As the Tai Su lightning diagram moved, millions of immortal insects that were formed from lightning power were swept away by the lightning diagram. Then, the lightning diagram expanded and turned all of the immortal insects into ashes. Silence. It was dead silence. No one in the entire True Lightning clan had expected that Ning Fan could actually kill millions of immortal insects with a single move. Among them, there were even a few immortal King Realm insects. Some of the older cultivators who had some understanding of the history of the True Lightning clan could vaguely see through the Tai Su lightning diagram. Their breathing began to quicken. Tai Su lightning diagram. Isn't this the ability that the most outstanding expert of the True Lightning clan created after the seal was lifted? What exactly is the relationship between this young man and that lord? Even the 12 revered lightning beings could not imitate the true Tai Su lightning diagram, but this young man could actually use it. Tai Su lightning diagram. You. Who exactly are you? Dao Monarch Purple Thunder revealed a terrified expression for the first time. It was all because Lightning Emperor Tai Su had used this diagram in the past to leave a great humiliation and grievous injury to the lightning cultivators of the Feng clan. However, what frightened him even more was about to happen. As Ning Fan raised his hand again and pointed at the sky, the lightning diagram suddenly changed its direction and swept towards him. Dao Monarch Purple Thunder's expression changed drastically. He tried to dodge it, but how could he do so? As his body was formed from lightning, he could not avoid the suction force of the Tai Su lightning diagram at all. All of his life-saving methods were rendered useless at this moment. He was directly sucked into the Tai Su lightning diagram. As the Tai Su lightning diagram rolled over him, his physical body directly turned into ashes, leaving only his unconscious demon soul. Ning Fan then released the lightning diagram and captured him. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. At this moment, Ning Fan's silent back seemed to have become a peerless ominous star in the eyes of the members of the true Lightning Clan. The physical body of Dao Monarch Purple Thunder, a dignified immortal emperor, was destroyed by Ning Fan and his demon soul was captured by Ning Fan. This scene was just too shocking. It turned out that an immortal emperor who was high and mighty could also be crushed by someone like an ant. How terrifying was Ning Fan's strength when he was able to suppress an immortal emperor. Immortal emperors and ancient demons are just so. Did I overestimate this man's cultivation base? Or could it be that my Tai Su lightning diagram has a natural restraining effect on the lightning cultivators of the Feng clan in this world, making them unable to even escape? With Ning Fan's vast magic power and the lightning infant and lightning sparrow totem spirit of the Tai Su lightning diagram, it was not strange at all for him to be able to instantly kill someone like Dao Monarch Purple Thunder with this technique. What Ning Fan found strange was that Dao Monarch Purple Thunder clearly wanted to escape. However, he was unable to do so under the influence of the Tai Su lightning diagram. All of his escape methods were rendered useless. It seems like my research on the Tai Su lightning diagram is far from thorough. There are still many secrets about this technique that I don't know. After capturing Dao Monarch Purple Thunder's demon soul, Ning Fan did not refine it into the 10,000 spirit blood and kill it immediately. It was because the moment he captured the demon soul of Dao Monarch Purple Thunder, he felt an obstruction on the level of willpower from the entire true lightning world. There was a strong willpower that forbade him from killing Dao Monarch Purple Thunder. That willpower was very familiar. It was actually the willpower of Immortal Sovereign Zido. Is it Immortal Sovereign Zido who is stopping me from killing? When I tried to enter the true lightning world, this willpower did not stop me. When I was killing low-grade lightning demons, it also did not stop me. However, when I wanted to kill an immortal emperor, it stopped me. Ning Fan frowned. At this moment, he was caught in a dilemma. On one hand, it was Immortal Sovereign Zido who had helped him before. On the other hand, it was Lightning Emperor Tai Su who had helped him before. For the first time in his life, Ning Fan felt that he had been a little rash in agreeing to Lightning Emperor Tai Su's request in the past. He did not know what the true Thunder race had done to Celestial Emperor Zido. If they did not have such a huge grudge, how could they have been suppressed by Celestial Emperor Zido? As the supervisor of this realm, the lightning cultivators of the Feng clan were responsible for monitoring the true Thunder clan. Immortal Sovereign Zido might not object if he were to kill a low-tiered Thunder demon. However, if he were to kill an immortal emperor, it might cause an imbalance in the power of the supervisors of this realm, allowing the true Thunder clan to grow stronger. This was something that Immortal Sovereign Zido did not wish to see. Immortal Emperor Zido wanted to suppress the true Thunder clan. However, Lightning Emperor Tai Su wanted to save the true Thunder clan. Originally, Ning Fan planned to directly suppress the lightning cultivators of the Feng clan with his strength and rescue the true Lightning clan. However, now, he was hesitant and was stuck in a dilemma. Could it be that Immortal Sovereign Zido had underestimated the seriousness of this matter by rejecting the true Thunder clan so much? Or perhaps, there was some inside information that he didn't know. Since Ning Fan had promised them, he would certainly save the true Lightning clan. However, perhaps his way of saving them should not be through violence. Perhaps, he should first understand the ins and outs of how the true Lightning clan was suppressed and come up with a new plan. Having made up his mind, Ning Fan did not forcefully destroy Tao Monarch Purple Thunder's demon soul. Instead, he temporarily sealed him inside the lightning diagram. Under the respectful gazes of all the cultivators of the true lightning clan, Ning Fan once again landed on the Tao Raising Mountain and transmitted his voice to Flying Phoenix Immortal King. Then, Flying Phoenix Immortal King suddenly announced that Ning Fan was a distinguished guest of the true lightning clan. He was someone from the surface world and he was the reinforcement that Lightning Emperor Tai Su had invited. Now, she had something to discuss with Ning Fan and no one was allowed to disturb them. In the end, Flying Phoenix Immortal King brought Ning Fan to the secret place of the true lightning clan on the Tao Raising Mountain. Only Jin Lei and Mu Lei Immortal King were left there with their mouths agape. They had actually guessed Ning Fan's identity wrongly from the beginning to the end. Only a few people knew that there was a secret place hidden in the belly of the Tao Raising Mountain. That place was the hope of the true lightning clan's revival. Flying Phoenix Immortal King led the way in front of Ning Fan and brought him out of the secret place. Ning Fan followed behind her. Looking at Flying Phoenix Immortal King who was trembling in front of him, he sighed inwardly. He had already told Flying Phoenix Immortal King about Lightning Emperor Tai Su's death. He had also given her the pill recipe that Lightning Emperor Tai Su entrusted to him. From the beginning to the end, Flying Phoenix Immortal King did not ask a single word about Lightning Emperor Tai Su. However, Ning Fan could see that this old lady was very sad. The more she kept quiet, the deeper her sadness would be. "Senior, don't be too sad." Ning Fan finally persuaded her. "Hee, don't be too sad. There's no need for that. I'm not a young and affectionate girl anymore. Why would I have so many feelings for each other? Why would I feel so heartbroken? I just feel a little regretful. In the past, he left the true lightning world without saying a word and left me here to wait for him. Now that I've waited for the result, it turned out to be like this. He must be living an unrestrained life in the surface world, right?" Flying Phoenix Immortal King finally asked about Lightning Emperor Tai Su. "The surface world? You don't know about the surface world? It seems like you're not a cultivator who has opened your eyes. I'm afraid you must have used some special methods to come to the true lightning world. I'm also not a cultivator who has opened his eyes. Since the true lightning clan was sealed, Tai Su was the only cultivator who had opened his eyes. He was also the only one who could go to the surface world from the inner world to seek for a way to save my clan. Mountains have their interior and exterior, water has its depth. Everything in this world actually has its interior and exterior. The world is no exception. In the true world, there's a saying that everything in the surface world is an illusion while everything in the inner world is the real thing. I don't know if this saying is true or false, but I think it's somewhat believable. Senior, you mean that the 4 heavens and 9 worlds that I've been living in is actually just the surface of the world and everything I've seen is an illusion? Ning Fan shook his head. He had always scoffed at such a saying. It doesn't matter whether it's real or illusory. If all the warmth he had was just an illusion, he would rather live an illusory life. Why should he pursue the so-called truth? Hee. I've already told you that I'm not a cultivator who has opened my eyes. How would I know if this saying is right or wrong? Let's not talk about this. Tell me about Tai Su. I want to hear about his deeds after he left the true lightning world. Ning Fan nodded his head and told Flying Phoenix Immortal King about the deeds of Lightning Emperor Tai Su that he had collected. As a matter of fact, Ning Fan had basically only heard about the deeds of Lightning Emperor Tai Su. Those deeds were too old and had been passed down for too long. They had gradually deviated from the truth and became more like stories. However, Flying Phoenix Immortal King still listened with great interest as if she had always been by Lightning Emperor Tai Su's side and witnessed all of his deeds with her own eyes. It was not that she did not resent or hate Tai Su for leaving without saying goodbye in the past. However, she missed him more than anything else. to be able to become one of the few sovereign emperors in the surface world, Tai Su really won't be buried no matter where he goes. If it wasn't because of the bloodline of the true lightning clan that restricted him, he probably could have reached a higher cultivation realm with his aptitude. Flying Phoenix Immortal King said regretfully. The bloodline of the true lightning clan restricted Lightning Emperor Tai Su, huh? Ning Fan remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking about. The two of them remained silent for a while. They did not know how long they had walked. Suddenly, a hint of bloody smell came from the dark secret passage in front of them. There was a secret chamber there. There was nothing else in the secret chamber except for an incomparably massive pool of blood. When Ning Fan walked into the secret chamber and saw the pool of blood, he finally had the answer to some of the strange things about the true lightning clan. No wonder the cultivators of the true lightning clan would have a huge gap in their cultivation base. You said that you want to know the cause and effect of the sealing of my true lightning clan. These things are taboo in my clan and we can't tell outsiders about them. However, you are different. You are the person whom Tai Su trusts. That's why I trust you. However, you must promise me that you will never tell anyone else about what you hear today. Can you do this? Flying Phoenix Immortal King suddenly asked with a serious tone. I can. Ning Fan nodded his head. That's good. Let me think about where should I tell you this story. Let me tell you about the secret technique of my clan first. In my true lightning clan, there are a total of 3 secret techniques. All of them require blood to be used. Therefore, this pool of blood is indispensable. One of the secret techniques is called bloodline aggregation technique. It can forcefully raise the cultivation base of a certain clan member by sacrificing a large number of clansmen. Little friend, you should have noticed that there is a huge gap in the cultivation base of our clan members, right? Where did those people go? Sigh. They are in this pool of blood. For the revival of our clan, they sacrificed their lives. If it wasn't for their sacrifice, it would have been impossible for an eternal expert to be born in this barren land where our true lightning clan has been living for generations. Be it me, the Metal Lightning Clan, Wood Lightning Clan or even Tai Su in the past, all of them had to sacrifice a large number of clansmen in order to attain their current cultivation base. Therefore, little friend, can you understand how heavy the responsibility on our shoulders is? As expected. Ning Fan, who had a vague guess, was not too surprised after listening to Flying Phoenix's narration. However, he was also shocked by the kind of sacrifice without any hesitation. The second secret technique of my clan is called blood lightning control. By sacrificing a large number of clansmen, one of them can master the method to control blood-red lightning. This blood-red lightning is said to be one of the 8 divine lightning of the true world. It is called Yiksha divine lightning. It is said to be created by a Tai Tsang tribulation spirit called Red Yiksha. Since it is a shortcut to master the Yiksha divine lightning, its power is naturally much weaker than the real Yiksha divine lightning. However, it is still enough to sweep away all the lightning in the lawless era. Red Yiksha. Tai Tsang tribulation spirit. Ning Fan's expression suddenly changed. He had never thought that he would hear this name in the true lightning world. In the past, he had once fought against an innate lightning spirit called Qing Naoyuo. From that lightning spirit, he obtained a bone whip. It was said that the bone whip was made from the bones of a lady called Red Yiksha. However, Ning Fan could sense Hong Yi's qi from that lady's bones. Hong Yi was an extraordinary lady that he met in the rain world. Ning Fan had no idea why she was related to the Tai Tsang tribulation spirit and Red Yiksha. Moreover, when he was devouring the will of the tribulation lord in the dust tree, he had seen that Red Yiksha once in his dream. Hong Yi of the rain world learned the blood-red lightning of Lightning Emperor Tai Su by chance. That was why she was able to dominate the rain world and was extremely powerful. At this moment, Ning Fan also found out that Lightning Emperor Tai Su learned the blood-red lightning from a senior called Red Yiksha, at this moment, Ning Fan seemed to have seen countless messy karma lines intertwining in the true lightning world. He also seemed to have seen something from the karma cycle of Hong Yi, Lightning Emperor Tai Su and Red Yiksha. He wanted to think about it but he could not understand the key point. Fei Feng did not notice Ning Fan's astonishment. She continued. The third secret technique of my clan is called Fate Reversing Lightning. By sacrificing a large number of clansmen, one of them can return to the past. This method of returning to the past is not really going back in time. Instead, it is more like an invasion of the samsara cycle. Using the identity of an outsider of the samsara cycle, you forcefully invade a certain part of the samsara cycle that you shouldn't have appeared in and witnessed the past of that samsara cycle with your own eyes. Of course, after invading the samsara cycle, you won't be able to change anything. Basically, no one will notice your invasion. If they notice it, they won't be able to escape from the samsara cycle. Oh. The True Lightning Clan actually has such a magical secret technique that allows me to return to the past as an outsider. Before Ning Fan could recover from the surprise of Red Yiksha, he was shocked by the fate-reversing lightning of the True Lightning Clan. Invade the samsara cycle and return to the past. This method seemed to be very similar to the high-grade devil cavity of the ancient devil clan which allowed one to cross the samsara cycle. They had a lot of similarities. It seems like the fifth item that the treasure-searching compass pointed out is this fate-reversing lightning. If I can comprehend this secret technique and integrate its essence into my pseudo-devil cavity, it will certainly increase the completion rate of my pseudo-devil cavity. Even though Ning Fan wanted to obtain the cultivation method of this fate-reversing lightning, he certainly would not say it at this moment. Instead, he allowed Fei Feng Immortal King to continue talking without interrupting him. In the past, Tai Su used this secret technique to return to a certain part of the samsara cycle in the past. I don't know what he saw. I only know that after he returned, he said that he had met a senior in the past. That senior had pointed out a path for him, a path that could save the True Thunder Clan. It was also at that time that he had an idea. In the end, he left the True Thunder Clan without saying goodbye. Lightning Emperor Tai Su had once returned to the past using a secret technique and met a senior. Ning Fan's face revealed a look of reminiscence. What he was recalling was the words of Lightning Emperor Tai Su in the past. In the past, Lightning Emperor Tai Su seemed to have really mentioned that he came to save me after receiving the guidance of a certain senior. During the battle with Mo Luo that day, a mysterious man in purple robes appeared and killed Mo Luo's devil sense with a single palm strike. He was a peerless expert. I used to think that the mysterious man was immortal sovereign Zido. However, now that I think about it again, it really doesn't seem like it. In the past, because I saw the person who was suspected to be immortal sovereign Zido making a move, I was certain that I would not go against immortal sovereign Zido's will to save the True Lightning Clan. That's why I agreed to it without hesitation. Now that I've come to the True Lightning world, what I've seen and heard is that immortal sovereign Zido doesn't want to let the True Lightning Clan go. This is contrary to what I saw in the past. If that mysterious man in purple robes isn't immortal sovereign Zido, who could he be? That person must be the senior expert who gave Lightning Emperor Tai Su guidance. However, Great Emperor Mo Luo also said that he had met that person in the sixth Tao of Samsara. What do you mean by that? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. First, it was the Red Yiksha. Then, it was the fate-reversing lightning. All kinds of karma entanglements made him a little unable to see himself clearly. He could not see the samsara cycle or the past or the future. There were too many causes and effects that could not be matched. This feeling was just like the scenery you see. It was obviously covered with white snow but you felt hot, scorching and scorching. Wrong, what's wrong? It's not those karma that's wrong, I'm the one who's wrong. The reason why my understanding of the karma of the people and the things that I've experienced is because the people and the things that I've experienced are not necessarily in the same timeline. Some of the people that I've met are from the past, some are from the future and some are from other samsara cycles. Cultivators think that they can see the past and the future clearly. But in reality, what they see is just the past and the future in their imagination. The real history of the cultivation world has neither a past nor a future. There are only circles that go round and intertwine with each other. At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly had an epiphany. He seemed to have understood something and muttered to himself. Fei Feng was surprised. She did not know what Ning Fan was talking about and she could not understand it at all. However, she could tell that these words contained supreme enlightenment. It was something that she could not reach no matter what she did now. In this world, which came first, the chicken or the egg, which came first, the fruit or the cause, which came first, the past or the future, which came first, me or non-me, which came first, the butterfly or Ning Fan? The more Ning Fan thought about it, the deeper he felt. At this moment, he seemed to have touched the truth of the world because of some epiphany. However, this truth was too profound and taboo. It was something that he could not touch with his current strength. Pucci, an arrow of blood spurted out. Ning Fan's eyes regained their focus. He woke up from his epiphany and smiled bitterly. So what if my karma is chaotic? So what if the past and the future confuse me? As long as I continue walking down this path, I will eventually find the answer. Ning Fan heaved a long sigh of relief and returned to normal. No one knew what Ning Fan had comprehended, let alone Fei Feng. Congratulations on your breakthrough, little friend. Fei Feng congratulated him with a gratified expression. Even though she did not know what Ning Fan had comprehended, she could tell that it was something very profound. The person whom Tai Su entrusted to her was indeed not an ordinary person. Perhaps this time, the true Lightning Clan could really be saved from the hands of this person. It's too troublesome for me to explain the history of the true Lightning Clan to you. Why don't you use the secret technique of the fate-reversing lightning to return to the past and witness the rise and fall of our clan? Fei Feng suggested. Didn't they say that I need to sacrifice a large number of members of the true Lightning Clan to use the secret technique of the fate-reversing lightning? This isn't appropriate. Ning Fan frowned and refused. No. That's for ordinary people. Because ordinary people lack certain prerequisites to use this technique, they need to offer sacrifices to help them. All of this is just like mastering the Yiksha divine lightning. However, if it's for special cultivators like you, there's no need to offer sacrifices. My grandfather is a unique being who can return to the past without offering sacrifices. On his body, there is a kind of Tao comprehension aura similar to Little Friend's. Perhaps, Little Friend can also do this. While speaking, Fei Feng passed an ancient leather scroll to Ning Fan. What was recorded on it was actually the third secret technique of the true Lightning Clan, fate-reversing lightning. This technique was one of the reasons why Ning Fan came to the true lightning world. However, he did not expect that he would receive it in such a way that was almost like a gift. He did not even ask for it. You captured the demon soul of Taoist Purple Thunder but you didn't kill him. I suppose you are still a little confused about whether to save the true Lightning Clan or not. I won't force you to save the clan. You can decide what you want to do after you see the past of the true Lightning Clan. Coincidentally, the 12 venerated Lightning Lords are going to hold the Tao Fruit meeting of the Lightning Residents soon. Before the meeting ends, even if they know that Taoist Purple Thunder has been captured by you, they won't have the time to deal with you personally. Instead, they will have to wait until after the meeting. With Taoist Purple Thunder as an example, ordinary immortal emperors of the true lightning world won't dare to come here on their own. Instead, they will choose to wait for venerated lightning to come personally. You have 10 days. 10 days later, when the Tao Fruit meeting of the Lightning Residents ends, the 12 venerated Lightning Lords will certainly come here personally to capture you. Within 10 days, you can comprehend the fate-reversing lightning on your own and try to return to the past of the true Lightning Clan. 10 days later, when the army arrives, it's up to you whether you want to leave or stay and whether you want to save my clan or not. My clan has already lived for far too long under the enslavement of immortal sovereign Zido. It doesn't matter if we continue to live like this. You don't have to feel troubled. You don't have to be like Tai Su, throwing away your emotions for the sake of responsibility. As soon as Fei Feng finished speaking, she sighed and left. Ning Fan was the only one left in the empty blood pool in the belly of the mountain. After a long time, he flipped open the book that recorded the fate-reversing lightning secret technique. On the first page of the book, there was a paragraph written on the book. Don't ask what reincarnation is. What's important is what you choose to believe in. Don't ask about the past and the future. This world has no end and no beginning. Don't look for the answer. The answer will be something you can't bear. Ning Fan's expression suddenly changed. If he was not mistaken, the handwriting on the scroll of fate-defying lightning was actually his handwriting. Could it be that the similarity of the handwriting is just a coincidence? Chapter 1169. Is it a coincidence? No, it's not a coincidence. Ning Fan could tell that these words contained his own qi. There was no doubt that they were his handwriting. However, why would his qi appear in the ancient book of the True Lightning Clan? It was really puzzling. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. When he was about to ponder over it, the words on the first page flashed and disappeared one by one, as if they had never existed in the first place. When he took a closer look, there was no such thing as the first page of the book. The first page was clearly empty without a single word. The words that he had seen before were like an illusion. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with contemplation. He then flipped to the second page of the book. After reading it, he finally understood why the words on the first page were so strange. It turned out that everyone would see different words on the first page of the ancient book of the True Lightning Clan when they open it for the first time. Others would not be able to see the words on the first page of the book. These words were not an illusion but some kind of warning given to the reader by the samsara of heavens through its own deduction. If the reader could understand these warning words, they could avoid certain dangers and disasters at some point in the future. Interesting. I didn't expect to receive such a surprise when I just opened this book. Those 3 lines of words are actually another warning from the samsara of heavens. When I met Si Yingyue and Su Manue in the past, I faintly sensed a warning from the samsara of heavens by chance. This time, this book has given me a similar warning again. The life of a cultivator is accompanied by countless dangers. In order to predict these dangers, there would be people who are passionate about studying the art of divination. The level of the warning given by the samsara of heavens is above ordinary divination. If I can understand the mystery of these 3 lines of words, it will be very beneficial to me. Don't ask what the samsara is. What's important is what you choose to believe in. Is this saying talking about the nature of the samsara? Don't ask about the past and the future. This world has no end and no beginning. Ning Fan had already understood this point before. It was slightly related to the truth of the world. Don't look for the answer. The answer will be something you can't bear. Answer. What kind of answer can't I look for? It's puzzling. Ning Fan pondered for a while but he still could not understand the essence of it. In the end, he could only give up. The samsara of heavens had clearly given him a warning but he could not understand it. There was nothing that made him more helpless than this. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. He would cross the bridge when he came to it. Ning Fan calmed himself down and began to study the mysteries of the fate-reversing lightning technique in detail. Among them, the word defying contained the profound meaning of defying the heavens and changing one's fate, which was what the creator of this technique wanted to achieve. To change one's fate, one had to know one's fate. Therefore, the cultivation of divination was the most basic part of this art. Knowing destiny was not enough. If he wanted to change his fate, he needed to have the ability to travel between the past and the future. Thus, the person who created this technique used the lightning escape technique as the foundation and fused the power of time and space to create a heaven-defying technique that allowed one to travel through different spaces. This technique was similar to the ancient demon's demonic cavity in that it was divided into 3 cultivation stages. Those who had achieved a small success in cultivation could make use of sacrifices to allow a trace of their consciousness to tear apart the cycle of reincarnation and return to the past, staying there for a short period of time. This trace of consciousness was normally not visible to people from other spacetimes. There were also an extremely small number of talented people who could ignore the sacrifice. However, there were very few such people in the entire history of the True Thunder clan. The reason for this had always been controversial and no one could come to a conclusion. Those who achieved a large success in this technique could allow a large amount of consciousness to travel between the cycles of reincarnation and stay there for a long period of time. Those who achieved a large success in this technique could allow their physical bodies to directly leave the spacetime they were currently in and cross the cycle of reincarnation to go to any spacetime they wanted. It could be said that the ultimate goal of the fate-defying lightning technique and the ancient demon's demonic cavity was the same. Both of them wanted to cross the cycle of reincarnation. The only difference was the cultivation process. When Fei Feng said that she wanted Ning Fan to return to the past, she actually just wanted to let Ning Fan return to the past with a trace of his consciousness instead of his entire body. The reason why she brought Ning Fan to the secret place of the True Thunder clan's blood pool was because she planned to let Ning Fan use the large amount of sacrifices in the blood pool to achieve this. Of course, if Ning Fan could ignore the sacrifice with his own strength, she would be even more happy to see it happen. That was why she mentioned this matter. Let's try to cultivate this technique to a small success first. Ning Fan flipped open the first level of the fate-defying lightning technique. According to the introduction in the book, this technique could only be considered to have a small success after cultivating it to the 20th level and above. The first level is the introductory volume. If one doesn't have the foundation of divination and calculation and has excellent aptitudes, he will only need 100 years to cultivate it. Fortunately, Ning Fan was not a beginner in the Tao of divination. Thus, he naturally did not need 100 years to cultivate the contents of the first level. He skimmed through all the words on the first level and pondered for around 10 breaths of time. Then, he directly comprehended all the contents of the first level. The first level of the fate-defying lightning technique had been successfully cultivated. At the moment he finished cultivating it, Ning Fan's cultivation base in the Tao of divination actually improved a little. His listening to the heavens will seem to have become clearer. Oh. The cultivation of the fate-defying lightning technique can actually improve my cultivation base in the Tao of divination. This is really unexpected. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. In this world, there were very few cultivation methods that could directly improve one's cultivation base in the Tao of divination. A cultivator's cultivation base in the Tao of divination could basically only be improved slowly through the accumulation of the cultivator's own experience and knowledge. Just from this point alone, the fate-defying lightning technique was already considered to be world-shocking. All of a sudden, Ning Fan became even more interested in cultivating the fate-defying lightning technique. The second level is the introductory volume. After a beginner cultivator cultivates the first level, they can cultivate it in 200 years. Ning Fan still only used around 10 breaths of time to comprehend all the contents of the second level. His cultivation base in the Tao of divination improved once again. The third level can be cultivated in 300 years, in another 10 breaths of time, he finished cultivating it. The fourth level, 400 years, after 10 breaths of time, the fifth level, 500 years, after 10 breaths of time. The sixth level, the seventh level, the eighth level, in just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan had already finished cultivating all the contents of the first 20 levels. He had completed the progress that a beginner cultivator would need tens of thousands of years to complete. The reason why he could have such a shocking speed was not only because of his extremely high comprehension ability but also because of his high starting point. He was not a beginner cultivator of the Tao of divination in the first place. Why would he need to spend time to comprehend the basic parts of the Tao of divination? Even if he was not a rare Tao of divination grandmaster in the era of divination, he could definitely be considered as a quasi-first-rate divination master. After continuously cultivating the 20 levels of the cultivation method, his cultivation base in the Tao of divination had improved tremendously. He could be considered as having truly stepped into the threshold of a first-rate divination master. Putting everything else aside, his perception of his own fortune and misfortune had become several times sharper. If he were to predict in advance, he could even vaguely predict what would happen in a short period of time in the future. From the 21st level onward, the cultivation method was no longer considered as an introductory scroll but a minor accomplishment scroll. The minor accomplishment scroll included 200 levels of the cultivation method. He needed to finish cultivating all of them to achieve grand accomplishment in the fate-reversing lightning technique. This scroll contained a large amount of lightning technique and spatial technique. Thus, it was extremely difficult. Before achieving minor accomplishment, Ning Fan's cultivation of the fate-reversing lightning technique was smooth sailing. However, when he reached the 21st level, he spent a total of 10 hours to successfully cultivate it. At the same time when the difficulty increased, the benefits he obtained after he finished cultivating the technique had also increased. This time, not only did his cultivation base in the Tao of divination improve, but also his cultivation base in the Tao of lightning and his comprehension in the Tao of space. Ning Fan did not continue cultivating the 22nd level of the cultivation method. The difficulty of the 22nd level of the cultivation method was much higher than the 21st level. According to Ning Fan's estimation, he would not be able to cultivate the 22nd level without at least 10 days to half a month. Fei Feng did not give him much time to think. The fate-reversing lightning technique was sufficient for now. It was time for him to return to the past and take a look at the history of the true lightning world. As for the cultivation of the fate-reversing lightning technique, he could always find some time in the future. Let's see if I need to offer a sacrifice when I use this technique first. Ning Fan closed his eyes and began to activate the fate-reversing lightning technique, which was at the minor accomplishment stage. His entire body was enshrouded in a ray of lightning that was sometimes black and sometimes white. It was indescribably mysterious. He was like an old monk in meditation, sitting there for 2 hours. After a long time, Ning Fan finally woke up from his meditative state and smiled. Senior Fei Feng said that her grandfather can use this technique without offering a sacrifice. At first, I thought that her grandfather was able to do it because he had studied the power of samsara. But it turns out that it's not the case. The key to whether or not to offer a sacrifice was actually the 2 words yin and yang. Most people needed to offer a sacrifice because they needed to absorb a large amount of yin qi from the dead to cover up their own yang qi. In order to travel through time using the fate-reversing lightning technique, the first prerequisite was to disguise oneself as a dead person who did not exist in the current samsara. This was also the reason why Lightning Emperor Tai Su could not do it. Even though he was the person with the highest innate talent in the true Lightning clan in recent years, he could not ignore the need to offer a sacrifice to perform the technique because he did not cultivate the power of yin and yang. On the other hand, the reason why Fei Feng's grandfather, who was not very famous, could do it was probably because he had studied the 2 words yin and yang deeply by chance. It had little to do with his innate talent. If it wasn't because I'm a cultivator of the yin-yang transformation, I probably wouldn't be able to determine the reason behind whether or not to offer a sacrifice. Ning Fan closed his eyes again and activated the fate-reversing lightning technique to its maximum. He began to lock onto the coordinates of the past of the true Lightning clan. Every point of time in every cycle had its own unique spacetime coordinates. The coordinates of time included the coordinates of time, the coordinates of the plane and the coordinates of the dimension. None of them could be omitted. The coordinates of the plane were used to lock onto the spatial node. The coordinates of the time were used to lock onto the time node. The most mysterious thing about the coordinates of the dimension was that it was also the thing that Ning Fan found the most difficult to understand. The function of the coordinates was actually to distinguish between different parallel samsara cycles in the same time and space. According to the records in this book, only third-step saints had the ability to analyze the coordinates of the dimension. Besides, even saints would need to pay a huge price to obtain the coordinates of a certain parallel space. Fortunately, the complete spacetime coordinates of the True Thunder clan's flourishing period were marked on the ancient records of the life-reversing thunder technique. The dimensional coordinates were obtained by the ancestors of the True Thunder clan at a great cost. Therefore, every person who had achieved initial success in the life-reversing thunder skill could head to this spacetime node to view the past of the True Thunder clan with the coordinates. Unfortunately, there was only one coordinate recorded in the book. There was no second coordinate. Ning Fan himself did not know the coordinates of the other spacetime coordinates, and he did not have the ability to analyze the complete coordinates on his own. It was still possible for him to analyze the coordinates of the world plane of a certain realm. He could also try to analyze the coordinates of time, but the coordinates of dimensions. This matter involved the third step of understanding of parallel universes. Currently, he did not have the ability to do it at all. Therefore, he could only rely on the only complete spacetime coordinate recorded in the book to perform the reverse thunder skill. He could only travel to the past of the True Thunder race. Reverse thunder skill, activate. When the lightning radiance on his body reached its peak, a trace of spirit sense suddenly turned into lightning in the depths of his sea of consciousness. It flickered for a moment and disappeared without a trace. He himself seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and did not wake up for a long time. It was an unfamiliar time. It was a strange world. A white-robed young man was walking between heaven and earth with a blank look in his eyes. The sky in front of him was filled with thunderclouds that would not disperse for years. The air was filled with a massive lightning primordial force that was beyond the young man's knowledge. The lightning chi here is so dense. Even if a lightning cultivator with the worst aptitude comes here, they would only need 100 years at most to cultivate to the divine transformation realm, 1,000 years to reach the void refinement realm, and another 1,000 years to reach the void fragmentation realm. However, what is the void fragmentation realm? What is the void refinement realm? What is the divine transformation realm? Where is this place? The white-robed young man's eyes were blank. He seemed to have forgotten a lot of things. This is the True Thunder country of the mortal world. It is the territory of the Tai Tsang Jialing. Not far away from the white-robed young man, a few old men who were fishing by the river answered his doubts. The few old men seemed to have inadvertently mentioned this matter while they were chatting. They did not intend to answer the white-robed young man's doubts. They could not see the white-robed young man at all. The white-robed young man had clearly walked to their side, but they could not see him. Mortal world. True lightning country. Tai Tsang Jialing. These words sound so familiar. I feel like I have heard them somewhere before, but I can't remember them. The white-robed young man frowned deeply. Why can't the people here see me? The white-robed young man tried. His body was not an illusion, but he could actually pass through the bodies of others and everything in front of him. What is going on? Why can't I touch anything in this world? Who am I? Why am I here in this true lightning country? The white-robed young man was very confused. He did not know who he was, what kind of place this true lightning country was, and why he existed. He did not know where he should go. He stood beside the old men who were fishing and listened to their conversation. These old men were mostly talking about the mortal world. They talked about family trifles and interesting stories in their hometown. They seemed to be mortals of the true lightning country. But what are mortals? I don't understand and I can't remember. The white-robed young man listened to their conversation from noon until sunset. After fishing for an entire afternoon, the old men were going home. The white-robed young man did not know where he should go, so he followed the old men and kept walking and walking. He arrived at a bustling small town. Most of the people in the town were just mortals. But suddenly, a ray of light flew across the sky. It was walking on air. It was a harmonious spirit cultivator flying. Look! It's an immortal. An immortal is here. We have come to the dragon town. Many mortals who were having their dinner in the town went out to look at the immortal in the sky in surprise. No one could see the white-robed young man. That harmonious spirit cultivator could not see him either. No one knew that this white-robed young man was actually a trace of Ning Fan's consciousness that had gone through reincarnation. Even Ning Fan himself had forgotten about this. This was the flaw of the minor accomplishment fate-reversing lightning technique. If it was a grand accomplishment technique, it would not have this kind of memory loss, a harmonious spirit cultivator, huh? But what is a harmonious spirit cultivator? The white-robed young man was puzzled. He quietly watched the development of the situation. He watched the harmonious spirit cultivator descend from the sky and gather all the influential people in the town to announce the order from the True Lightning Sacred Sect. It turned out that the True Lightning Sacred Sect was the #1 sect in the True Lightning country. It was also one of the most famous super sects in the mortal world. It turned out that this harmonious spirit cultivator was a disciple of the True Lightning Sacred Sect. It turned out that this person came to this town to select a disciple for the branch sect. That's great. After 40 years, the White Thunder branch sect finally came to our town to select disciples again. Many elders in the town began to cheer. 40 years ago, we also participated in an immortal assessment. Unfortunately, we did not pass. I wonder if this time, will any of our juniors be lucky enough to become an immortal's disciple. There were also some middle-aged men who were about 46 or 47 years old sighed as if they were recalling the past. Ning Fan did not leave the dragon town. He did not know where to go after leaving, so he simply stayed here to watch the disciple assessment of the White Thunder branch sect. The assessment would last for 10 days. Those who participated in the assessment must be children with a bone age below 8 years old. They could sign up now. In the twilight, there were a total of 300 children in the dragon town. They were happily sent to the harmonious spirit cultivator by their parents to sign up for the assessment. Among the 300 children, some had excellent cultivation aptitude while others had low aptitude and were not suitable for cultivation. A harmonious spirit cultivator could roughly see the aptitude of a child with just a glance. However, aptitude was not the highest criterion for the White Thunder branch sect to select disciples. Compared to aptitude, the White Thunder branch sect paid more attention to a cultivator's willpower, which was why there was a 10-day assessment. Ning Fan's eyes did not look at those children with higher aptitude. His eyes were always on a child with low aptitude. It was a child named Shi. In the True Lightning country, in the mortal world, surnames were very important. Not everyone was qualified to have a surname. Most mortals only had a name and were not qualified to have a surname. Shi was such a typical example. He was not qualified to have a surname, unless one day, he could stand out. He desired to stand out, desired to become an immortal's disciple, desired to fly in the sky and control the universe. Ning Fan felt that this kind of desire was very familiar. That year, when he first saw the old monster standing in the sky, it was the same eyes. But who is the old monster? What year was that? I can't remember. What Ning Fan was more concerned about was that this child named Shi seemed to have some kind of inexplicable karma that was related to his arrival. But what is karma? I can't remember anything. In the next 10 days, Lai Long Town was like a celebration, joyfully holding the immortal assessment. The time of the first day of assessment was early in the morning. The content of the assessment was to walk 100 miles before sunset. For adults, this was not difficult, but for a group of 7 or 8 years old children, this was quite difficult. On the first day of assessment, more than 200 children were eliminated. Only more than 50 children with good family backgrounds and body refinement from a young age completed the assessment before sunset. Shi also passed the assessment. He was a different race. His family was poor and he could not eat his fill since he was young. How could he have the money to buy medicine to refine his body? He completely relied on his willpower to complete the entire process. The moment he passed the assessment, he fainted due to excessive physical exhaustion. This coma lasted for half a month. Half a month later, Shi woke up and learned that because he fainted, he missed the remaining 9 days of assessment and lost the qualification to become an immortal's disciple. No matter how his parents comforted him, it could not alleviate Shi's sadness. He wanted to soar in the sky like an immortal, but he missed this opportunity. When would the next assessment be held? Wait another 40 years. At that time, he would already be a 48-year-old middle-aged man. Would he still have the qualification to become an immortal's disciple? My son, don't be sad. If we can't become an immortal, then we won't. When the grains in the field are ripe, mother will sell the money and send you to the village school to study. Mother knows that my son is an ambitious person and will certainly have a great future in the future. Mother knows that my son is an ambitious person and will certainly have a great future in the future. Mother hasn't pulled cloth or made new clothes for several years, but she still saved money for him to study. He doesn't want his mother to live such a hard life. Mother hasn't pulled cloth or made new clothes for several years, but she still saved money for him to study. He doesn't want his mother to live such a hard life. He wants to be an immortal. He wants to stand out, he just wants his mother to live a good life. Sigh, my son is really sensible now. But mother still wants you to study. Farming is too hard. Mother has suffered for her whole life. I don't want you to suffer in the future. When my son is successful and becomes a high official, it will be the same for him to be filial to mother. If you suffer for a few years now, then you will be able to enjoy happiness in the future. My son, do you understand? Ning Fan walked out of the room and did not look at his mother's tender affection again. At this moment, he no longer had his memories and he didn't have the shrewdness of the past. When he suddenly saw this scene, his mother's tender affection unknowingly connected to the softest string in his heart. When he realized it, his eyes were already moist. I'm crying. Ning Fan touched the corner of his eyes and felt surprised. It seemed like he hadn't cried for many years. He seemed to really miss his mother, but he felt guilty in his heart. Through the help of the godly void pavilion, he had sent a lot of spiritual herbs to the rain world. It should help his mother recover. But who is my mother? What is the godly void pavilion? Why am I crying? Why am I bitter? Perhaps it was some kind of karma connection that attracted Ning Fan. Or perhaps it was the tender affection between the mother and her son that attracted Ning Fan. In short, in the following days, Ning Fan did not leave Lai Long town. Every day, he would walk and stay in the town. He did not know why he was born, why he died and why he existed. He wanted to integrate into this world and find himself. However, this world rejected him. No one could see him. 1 year passed. 2 years passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. Shi, who was 8 years old in the past, was now a 15-year-old handsome young man. He was already a slightly famous figure in Lai Long town. The people around him were changing along with the passage of time. Only Ning Fan was not affected by the passage of time. His bone age and his time were fixed at the moment when he came to this world. When he leaves, it would still be the same. It would not deviate for too long. It would only be a dream. I don't seem to be affected by the passage of time in this world. Why is that so? Ning Fan felt puzzled. It had been 7 years since he came to this world. However, he still could not remember many things. He still did not know who he was. He could not interfere with this world. This world also could not interfere with him. On the other hand, when Shi was 15 years old, he thought that he had made some achievements in his studies and wanted to go out and find a way to become an official. In true Thunder Country, there was no imperial examination system. If one wanted to become an official, he could only be recommended by others. He could only be a guest of the officials and nobles. Lai Long town was too small. If he stayed here, he would not be able to display his talents for the rest of his life. He would not be able to earn a lot of money and let his mother live a good life. He had to leave this place. Even if I can't become an immortal, I must become an outstanding person among the mortals and let my mother live a good life. The moment he left Lai Long town, Shi secretly swore. However, he did not expect that he would leave for 31 years. That year, Shi was already 46 years old. In this year, Shi had married a wife and had a son. However, his wife had long forgotten him due to illness. His beloved son had also died young. He had been alone for 31 years and had never returned to Lai Long town. It was not that he did not want to go back. It was not that he did not miss his mother. It was just that he did not have the face to go back. When he was young, he thought that he could go anywhere in the world. He thought that as long as he had the ability to rule the world, he would be able to become a superior person. However, this world was just too difficult. Young and impetuous, because he had accidentally offended some nobles, he was unable to stand out and become an official for a whole 31 years. The more he was down and out, the more he did not dare to go home and face his mother. He did not know how disappointed his mother would be if he returned home in such a down and out state. He missed home so much that his heart ached. However, he had no choice. He missed the dumplings his mother made, missed the pancakes his mother baked, missed the way his mother would secretly add a native egg to his pancake. He missed it very much, however, he could not go back. He stayed in a small village far away from home to teach. He was full of talent but could not display it. He was full of longing but could not express it to anyone. He lived numbly, and he could only live an ignoble life. Until one day, a fellow villager from Lai Long town found him after a lot of hardships. He found out about him in this remote and desolate village. That fellow villager brought him bad news. His mother, who could not be defeated by wind blades and frost swords, had fallen ill. He was already over 40 years old, and his mother was also over 60 years old. At this age, once she fell ill, it might be a farewell forever. At this moment, face and whatnot were no longer important. Shi wanted to go home. He just wanted to go home. He was so anxious that he wore his shoes upside down and hurriedly left this remote and desolate village with his fellow villager. He did not notice that Ning Fan was silently watching him for 31 years outside the door. No, perhaps he had faintly sensed something. Because the moment Shi went out of the door, he seemed to frown in the direction where Ning Fan was standing. Interesting. This person has never cultivated the Tao, but he actually vaguely sensed my existence. But what is Tao cultivation? Ning Fan sighed and quietly followed behind Shi. After many twists and turns, they returned to Lai Long town. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of being close to home. Shi hesitated outside the house and did not dare to enter the house. He did not dare to face his mother. He did not dare to imagine how disappointed his mother would be if she knew that he had wasted his life. He hesitated and walked in circles like a timid ant. Just as he was struggling with the pain in his heart, an old and agitated voice suddenly rang out from within the room. "Is it my son? Is my son back?" Shi felt that his heart had been hammered hard. His eyes turned red, but he gritted his teeth and did not shed any tears. Ning Fan did not watch the reunion of the mother and son. He walked very far away to the point where he could no longer see the mother and son. Only then did he raise his head and look at the sky in silence. Even though he could not remember many things, he could still vaguely see that Shi's mother's face was already filled with the qi of death. There was no cure for her. The most painful thing in life was to be separated forever after a short reunion. That person called Shi would probably suffer a great blow. Strange. The wind is rising. Ning Fan suddenly sensed something and frowned. When he said that the wind would rise, it was not the ordinary wind that would rise. It was the wind of heaven's will. It was as if some important turning point of samsara was about to happen. There seemed to be a scarlet lightning flashing across the sky, Yiksha divine lightning, huh? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. He seemed to have recognized the scarlet lightning, but at the same time, he could not. At the next moment, he forgot everything. Yiksha divine lightning. What is that? He did not know what that flash of red lightning was. He could only vaguely feel that there was an unforgettable aura within the red lightning that made him reluctant and intoxicated. It seems to be the aura of the sword ancestor, but who was the sword ancestor? It also felt like the aura of red dress. But who is Hong Yi? Chi. A woman who looked exactly like Hong Yi appeared. She was wearing a bright red dress and floated over to him. Coincidentally, it landed in front of Ning Fan. No, it's not a coincidence. She had followed Ning Fan's chi to this place. But he couldn't find it. Ning Fan was standing right here, but she couldn't see him. Am I hallucinating again? The thing I'm looking for isn't here. My butterfly, but why do I have to painstakingly search for butterflies? And what kind of butterflies should I search for? I don't know. I have never known. It's as if there is something that I can't think of in my entire life. I once asked the Kulpa Lord about the doubts in my heart, but his answer was to not ask too much. If I want to live, I have to stay away from the sword and the butterflies. I have to stay away from all the purple in this world. Last night, I had a dream again. It was the same dream. I practiced my sword alone, waiting for 10 years, waiting for an unknown butterfly. I clearly remember all the peerless swordsmanship that I used in the dream, but why can't I use it in the real world after I wake up? I can't even use the basic swordsmanship that beginners use, as if I was born to be rejected by all the swords in the world. The woman in red faintly sighed. She was about to leave when she suddenly seemed to have noticed something, and her beautiful brows raised. Who would have thought that I would meet a mortal who has opened the third gate of the heavenly being realm by chance in a mortal town? Such a talent was actually not chosen by the White Thunder Branch sect. The White Thunder Branch sect is really stupid. The third gate of the celestial being realm. Ning Fan was shocked by the lady's words. If he was not mistaken, the woman in red was looking in the direction of Shi's house. Could a mortal open the third gate of the celestial being realm? Ning Fan was shocked by such a shocking fact. However, in the next moment, he did not understand why he was shocked. He had forgotten what the third gate of the celestial being realm was. His previous shock seemed to be a kind of instinct and habit. Compared to this matter, he was more concerned about the identity of the lady in red. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch the lady in red. However, his hand directly passed through the red-dressed woman's body. Sure enough, I still can't touch her. If it was in the past, I wouldn't mind recommending such a talent to the Tribulation Lord. Unfortunately, I already hate the life of the Tai Tsang Tribulation Spirit. In the future, I will most likely betray the Tai Tsang Tribulation Spirit. There is no need to recommend such a talent to an enemy. The lady in red smiled slyly, and her figure flashed, disappearing without a trace. Ning Fan instinctively wanted to chase after her, but a huge purple light descended from the sky and stopped him. That purple light flashed and disappeared. It was unknown where it came from and where it disappeared. The time it stayed was too short, but it gave Ning Fan a very familiar feeling. This is the power of the purple battle samsara. But who is the purple battle and what is the samsara? Ning Fan was at a loss. He did not know why that force stopped him from chasing after the lady in red. After trying 100 times, he had no choice but to give up. However, in the depths of his heart, there seemed to be a crack quietly growing. He did not know what that crack was. As he had lost all his memories, he could not sense it. However, when he woke up and his consciousness returned to the blood pool of the true Lightning Clan, perhaps he could understand something. Chapter 1170. Why did that purple light stop me? Why did I want to chase after that red-robed lady? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. He pondered over this question, but it was destined that he would not be able to find the answer. He could not collect his thoughts for a long time. The wind of heavens will subsided. It seemed like that important turning point of the samsara had passed with the departure of the red-robed lady. The sun was setting in the west. The tired birds returned to the forest. The burning clouds in the sky gradually faded. In the end, the twilight was finally replaced by the night sky. Ning Fan looked at the night sky for a very long time. Even though he had been in this world for 38 years, he still did not know who he was and where he was going. Why can't I remember anything? I don't want to stay here anymore. Ning Fan muttered to himself. The feeling of not knowing who he was too painful and torturous. It made Ning Fan hate everything in this place. He wanted to leave. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, his body instantly turned into a ray of lightning and disappeared from heaven and earth. The fate-reversing lightning technique failed. It was because the host had developed a consciousness of resistance. Ning Fan woke up from his meditative state. His face was filled with surprise. Only a short period of time had passed since he activated the fate-reversing lightning technique. In this extremely short period of time, he had spent 38 years in another world and another samsara with the help of the fate-reversing lightning technique. With the help of the fate-reversing lightning technique, he actually turned a trace of his spirit sense into lightning and transmigrated to another samsara. It was truly an unbelievable thing. The true lightning country of the mortal world. Without a doubt, his trace of spirit sense had transmigrated to a certain samsara of the three great true worlds. It was definitely not the history of the illusionary world. This was the first time he used the fate-reversing lightning technique. It could be said that he had too many experiences that needed to be summarized. It turns out that the memories of the fate-reversing lightning technique, which is at the minor mastery stage, can't be retained after transmigrating to another samsara, so when the host has the consciousness of resistance, they can break free from the samsara and return to reality at any time. From the moment I transmigrated to another samsara, my consciousness has been weakening bit by bit as time passed. In the cycle of reincarnation, I couldn't see clearly because I was closely involved, so I didn't notice this. But now that I've received 38 years of memories, I can still find some clues. If it wasn't for the fact that my consciousness was constantly weakening, I wouldn't have been moved to tears by the mother-son relationship between a mortal and a mortal. I also wouldn't have chosen to leave because I wanted to escape from reality. In other words, being stuck in the cycle of reincarnation of the minor success thunder technique for 38 years should be my limit. After concluding the key points of using the fate-reversing lightning technique, Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He began to think about the few things that he could not understand in his samsara. The first thing he did not understand was why the True Thunder race's reincarnation coordinates would be in the True Thunder Nation's Lai Long town. What's so special about Dragon Town? If there was anything special, it seemed that the mortal named Shur was the only one who opened the third door of the celestial being realm as a mortal. Did he have to be so talented? From the looks of it, be it the True Thunder Nation or the Shur clan, they are all closely related to the karma of the True Thunder clan. Otherwise, the reincarnation coordinates passed down by the True Thunder clan would not coincidentally appear at this place. The second one was puzzled. Who exactly was that woman in red? When he wanted to chase after that woman, why did a ray of purple light appear in his samsara to stop him? Once, I met that woman in red robes in my desolate dream. She should be a grand firmament tribulation spirit called Red Yiksha. She is too similar to Hong Yi. There must be some kind of karma between them. However, the feeling that she gave me was extremely similar to the Sword Ancestor. Before I understood the Sword Ancestor so well, I might not have been able to notice this. However, at this moment, I can feel that this matter is a little strange. Could it be that this woman has some kind of connection with the Sword Ancestor? Also, what is the relationship between this woman and Hong Yi? The previous life and the current life were too complicated. Even though Ning Fan's intelligence was extremely high, he still felt that his head was going to explode whenever he is involved in this matter. What he could not understand the most was why that ray of purple light wanted to stop him. Without a doubt, that ray of purple light is the power of the purple dipper samsara. It was sent out by immortal sovereign Zi-Do through the time and space of the samsara. Could it be that immortal sovereign Zi-Do did not allow me to come into contact with that woman when I travel through the samsara? Or perhaps, there are other things that I don't know about. Ning Fan frowned. It was impossible for a fourth-step immortal sovereign to make a move for no reason. There must be a reason behind his actions. The problem was, what was the reason for immortal sovereign Zi-Do to make a move? It was just too strange. Ning Fan shook his head and swept away the strange feeling in the depths of his heart. Then, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. After adjusting his breathing to his optimal state, Ning Fan used the fate-reversing lightning technique for the second time. It was still an unfamiliar time. It was still an unfamiliar place. Ning Fan walked on the streets of Lai Long Town, feeling puzzled. The landing point of the lightning technique that I used twice seems to be wrong, but what is the lightning technique, and what is the landing point? I don't understand. Ning Fan walked on the streets of Lai Long Town. Everything in this place felt familiar yet strange to him. It was as if he had been here before and stayed here for a long time. At the same time, it also felt like it was his first time coming here. He did not know where he was going. There was no one who could see him. There was no one who could tell him. He felt lost in Lai Long Town as if he was looking for something. However, he did not know what he was looking for. After a long time, Ning Fan stopped in front of a dilapidated house that was both familiar and strange at the same time. This house was very dilapidated. It looked like an antique that had existed for a long time. I seem to have been here before. Ning Fan was at a loss. He did not remember that this house used to be Shirshi's house. It was unknown why this dilapidated house was well kept by the residents of Lai Long Town. There were even some residents who volunteered to be the guards of this house and did not allow any tourists to visit it. What was even stranger was that there were actually many tourists in this dilapidated house. They would go against the rules to visit it. Moreover, these tourists were different from the villagers of Lai Long Town. They were basically not ordinary people. All of them were powerful cultivators with great abilities. There was no lack of immortal emperors among them. What's so special about this dilapidated house? Or perhaps, this house itself is not worth mentioning, but some important person used to live here. Ning Fan muttered. Just as he was pondering, a few tourists at the side suddenly kowtowed to the dilapidated house as if they were worshipping a saint. Is this the old residence of Saint Wuxia? It's amazing that a saint could be born in such a shabby house. Who is Saint Wuxia? Saint Wuxia's life is really a legend. When he was young, due to his lack of talent, he was abandoned by the White Thunder Branch School. When she lost her mother in her middle age, Saint Wuxia suddenly made a great ambition to become a celestial cultivator. Since he started cultivating at the age of 48, logically speaking, there was no chance for him to reach the foundation establishment stage. However, Sage Wuxia managed to do it and cultivated all the way to the Sage realm. It's really impressive. He started cultivating at the age of 48. Sage, in this world, not everyone becomes a genius at a young age. There are also many people who mature late in life. Saint Wuxia was one of these geniuses. She started her vein-opening cultivation at the age of 48 and stepped into the harmonious spirit realm in just 3 months. After another 3 months, she formed her core. 10 years to form the nascent soul, 10 years to form the divine transformation realm, 100 years to form the void refinement realm, 100 years to form the void fragmentation realm, and another 100 years to become an immortal. 1,000 years of crossing truth, 1,000 years of renouncing emptiness, 1,000 years of thought fragmenting, and then another 10,000 years. He actually broke through the ancient realm and became a sage with a skeletal age of 13,000 years. 13,000 years old. With such a speed of becoming a saint, it is said that she can be ranked in the top 10 of the true world. I heard that there are many immortal emperors who assert that Sage Wuxia has the qualifications to reach the fourth step. The Culpa Lord even personally summoned Sage Wuxia. A sage who is 13,000 years old, your news is outdated. I have received the latest news that Sage Wuxia has been appointed by the Culpa Lord to take over the entire True Thunder country. She will become the youngest king in the history of the country. The king of the True Thunder country. As long as Sage Wuxia continues to grow, the era of the True Thunder country will certainly come. Ning Fan frowned and left. This was not the news that he wanted to know. He did not know what he wanted to find in the Dragon Town. However, after hearing this news, he suddenly had an urge to find this Sage Wuxia and see what he was capable of. But where is this Sage Wuxia? He had no idea. Thus, the moment he walked out of the Dragon Town, he was at a loss again. Ning Fan did not know where he should go in the vast world. Until he heard a piece of news from a passerby by chance. That Sage Wuxia was currently in the capital of the True Thunder country to hold the coronation ceremony of the king of the country. So, as long as I go to the capital of the True Thunder country, I will be able to see this person. Ning Fan began to rush towards the capital of the country. It was not difficult for him to eavesdrop on the news from some passers-by. However, the problem was that the country was just too huge. Ning Fan walked in the direction of the capital for 10 years but he still could not reach it. One day, Ning Fan saw a cultivator flying across the sky. Suddenly, he had an idea, why don't I fly? Thus, Ning Fan changed to flying to hasten his journey. His speed was extremely fast, faster than any of the ancient monsters he met along the way. However, even after 10 years of traveling, he was still very far away from the capital. 10 years was enough for Ning Fan to travel around the 4 heavens and 9 worlds for a few hundred times. However, it was still not enough for him to travel from the Dragon Town to the capital of the True Thunder country. How big is the True Thunder country? How big is the mortal world? How big is the 3 great true worlds added together? Unfortunately, Ning Fan, who did not have his memories, could not think about such complicated things at all. Moreover, he did not understand why strange thoughts kept popping up in his mind. After another 10 years, Ning Fan finally arrived at the capital of the country. However, 30 years had passed since the coronation ceremony of the country's king. That Sage Wuxia was no longer in the capital. He had actually gone out to visit the Tao. Ning Fan had no choice but to leave the capital and continue to search for Sage Wuxia. He did not know why he wanted to find him. It was just an instinct that was like that of a wild beast. After searching for another 10 years without any results, Ning Fan's consciousness collapsed and the fate-reversing lightning technique ended. Ning Fan woke up from his meditative state for the second time. While sorting out the various information he obtained from the samsara, Ning Fan could not help but sigh. That mortal named Shi finally had his own surname in the end. His full name was Wuxia. However, he did not step into the sage realm for 13,000 years. A sage who was 13,000 years old. What an outstanding aptitude. For the first time in his life, Ning Fan, who had always looked down upon his peers, saw a cultivation barrier. Ning Fan's bone age was already 170,000 years old. However, he had only cultivated to the immortal king realm. Such a cultivation speed could shock the world during the Dharma-ending era. It could also shock a region in the 3 great true worlds. However, it was definitely not unprecedented or impossible in the future. At least, Ning Fan knew that this Sage Wuxia was much better than him. He opened the 3rd door of the heavenly being realm with the body of a mortal and stepped into the sage realm at 13,000 years old. He could not be compared to him. However, it did not matter. He did not want to be the strongest in the world. As long as his power was enough to protect some people, it would be enough. However, what puzzled Ning Fan was that the landing point of the fate-reversing lightning technique for the second time seemed to be different from the first time. Firstly, the location was different. The first time, his landing point was the river at the outskirts of the Lai Long town. The second time, he directly landed in the Lai Long town. Secondly, the landing point was also different. During the first time, when he landed, Huisher's surname was not Hui yet and she was only 8 years old. During the second time, Huisher had already become a Sage Realm expert. 13,000 years had passed. When I used the fate-reversing lightning technique, the coordinates of time and space were obviously fixed. But why are the time and space points I arrived at not fixed? The coordinates are the same but the landing point is different. If samsara is something unchanging, the same coordinates will definitely land in the same place. However, what if samsara is constantly changing? Is samsara an inanimate object like a sundial? It is constantly changing according to the sunlight. Or maybe samsara isn't an inanimate object but a living thing. It can grow and change. It has its own emotions and will. Hee. This kind of thinking seems a little too heaven-defying. However, I have never seen samsara with my own eyes. How would I know that this possibility doesn't exist? Rumble. A huge enlightenment instantly invaded Ning Fan's mind, causing his eyes to shine brightly. At this moment, he seemed to have come in contact with the essence of samsara again. No one knew what he had comprehended. After a long time, Ning Fan began to use the fate-reversing lightning technique for the third time. Different from the previous 2 times, Ning Fan made some modifications to the technique this time. Some tests, an unfamiliar time. An unfamiliar place. When he used the fate-reversing lightning technique for the third time, he actually did not land in the true Thunder Country. What he saw was a large piece of barren land. Countless residents of the true Thunder Country had migrated to this place and lived there. The true Thunder Country had actually migrated. They had betrayed the Tai Tsung Jialing and joined the Purple Do immortal domain which was under the command of immortal sovereign Zi Do. They had betrayed the mortal world and joined the defying mortal world. In the newly migrated land of the true Thunder Country, many Purple Do immortal cultivators came to welcome them. Ha! This is great! With the addition of Sage Huisher, our Purple Do immortal domain has become stronger. Those arrogant Tai Tsung tribulation spirits are probably going to suffer a huge blow. First, Red Yiksha, one of the 8 lightning generals under the Tribulation Lord's command, betrayed him. Then, the true Thunder Country changed sides. It's obvious that the people's hearts are all on our Purple Do immortal domain. I heard that Sage Huisher's cultivation base has already gone through 900 reincarnation cycles. She's not far away from the 4th step. Even if she hasn't gone through 1,000 reincarnations, she can already achieve the virtue Saint D Fire Realm, a half-step immortal sovereign with a skeletal age of 3 million years. Her aptitude is really terrifying. You're wrong. To a sage, skeletal age is just an illusion. The number of reincarnation cycles is the truth. I see. Ning Fan looked at the new land of the true Thunder Country blankly and the scenes around him. His ears were filled with complicated information. Everything in front of him was unfamiliar. He did not know why he appeared in this place. He did not know who he was and where he was going. He walked in a daze. No one could see him. Even the sages who occasionally flew past him could not see him. He walked from the bustling crowd to the place where the lights were dim. As he walked, he suddenly saw a river in front of him. There was a bridge on the river and there was someone on the bridge. It was an elderly man who was equally lonely. He was looking at the rapid flow of the river in a daze. The elderly man's hair was already white and his cultivation base was unfathomable. However, all of this was not Ning Fan's main concern. The main point was that the appearance of this elderly man gave Ning Fan an inexplicable sense of familiarity even though he could not recall where he had seen this elderly man before. Something that was even more unbelievable to Ning Fan happened. When Ning Fan's gaze fell on the elderly man, the latter actually turned his head and looked at him. He could see it. He could actually see it. "It's you." The elderly man seemed to have recognized Ning Fan, but he seemed a little uncertain. "You recognize me?" Ning Fan's expression changed a little. He walked to the bridge and stood beside the elderly man. It was not easy to find someone who could see him. Of course, Ning Fan would attach great importance to him. "Perhaps this old man recognizes you, or perhaps the person I recognize isn't you, but another reincarnation, a different person." The old man's words contained a trace of confusion. That confusion seemed to be the reason why he was standing here alone. "That's right. I don't understand." Ning Fan shook his head. He really did not understand. "I don't understand either. It has been many years but I still don't understand." The elderly man also sighed. He really did not understand. The more he cultivated the Tao, the more he did not understand. "What are you looking at here?" Ning Fan asked with a frown. His intuition told him that this elderly man was not simple. Unfortunately, his memory was incomplete and he could not see through this elderly man's background. "I'm looking at fish." "Fish?" "Yes, fish. Even fish live happily, but this old man is not. I used to think that the world I yearn for is a real ideal country. However, perhaps such a place doesn't exist in this world. Where there is light, there will be shadows. I have a premonition that my decision will implicate the people of the entire True Thunder country and bring them to the few shadows in this place. Oh, no. In a few more days, the True Thunder country will no longer exist. There are no countries in the Purple Doe Immortal region. In the future, there will only be the True Thunder clan here." The elderly man sighed bitterly. "Are these fish really living happily?" Ning Fan muttered to himself. Hee hee. "Little friend, you are really interesting. Has anyone told you that your focus is very strange? Shouldn't a normal person be concerned about my unhappiness? What does your happiness have to do with me?" Ning Fan said disapprovingly. The elderly man was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "You have a point. You and I are unrelated to each other in the first place. We don't have any karma between us. Why do we need to talk about it? Why don't we discuss the Tao in the river of Haoyang? It will be best if we only talk about the Tao and not the karma." "That's not what I mean." Ning Fan frowned. "It's fine as long as I am. If you want to talk about fish, I will talk about fish. The fish is like the Tao, and the Tao is also like the fish. Don't you see that the Tai Chi of the Tao is transformed into the two fish of Yin and Yang? That is the true meaning." As the old man spoke, he changed the topic to the discussion of the Tao. However, Ning Fan, who had lost all of his memories, did not seem to be interested in discussing the Tao. "I'm more concerned about whether the fishes here are really as happy as you said." Ning Fan said. "How can a fish not be happy when it gets water?" "Of course they are happy." The old man sighed. "You are not a fish. How would you know the happiness of a fish?" Ning Fan shook his head and said. "You are not me, how would you know that I don't know the joy of fish?" The elder said in a carefree manner. "Of course you don't know, because you're not happy." "What do you mean?" "You're not looking at the fish, you're treating the fish as you. You don't know that fish are happy, but you want fish to be happy." This was the meaning behind the so-called mountains and rivers. However, if this feeling is not one's true feelings, then it is false. The old man suddenly became silent, as if he was touched by Ning Fan's words. His sigh became heavier. After a long time, the old man pointed at the fish in the river and said. "Just like what you said, since I'm unhappy, that fish is certainly unhappy as well. If that's the case, even if I meet him, it will only make him unhappy along with me. It seems like there's no need for us to meet. You are not a fish. How would you know that this fish has been waiting for you for hundreds of eras? Even if you meet yourself, what can you do? Life is a journey of continuous loss. When a baby is born, it obviously does not contribute to the world, but it can receive the most love and care. When it's young, it needs to bear all kinds of responsibilities. When it's in its prime, it needs to get used to all kinds of separation and death. When it's old, it needs to experience the most helpless loneliness in the world. Life is like walking from the happiest to the most unhappy. The same goes for Tao cultivation. If my unhappiness can make more people happy, this kind of sacrifice might be worth it. It's just that those members of the true lightning clan have to die for my will. I don't understand. Ning Fan's face was filled with bewilderment. He felt that the old man's words were too profound. Thus, he did not want to think deeply about it. As a result, the words that the old man said from the bottom of his heart became like playing the lute to a cow. It was extremely awkward. My name is Wuxia. Where exactly did you come from? Can you tell me your name? The old man asked helplessly. I don't know who I am. Ning Fan said blankly. So you're just a traveler of the second step, huh? It must be fate that brought us together. This is the third time we've met. If I don't even know your name, it would be such a pity. The old man said regretfully. The third time we've met. Ning Fan became even more bewildered. This is my third time. However, it's possible that it's your second time. The last time you came to look for me, you couldn't find me. Otherwise, we could have met 4 times in the cycle of samsara. The old man still wanted to say something, but a messenger flying sword suddenly arrived. It seemed to contain some important news. After receiving the news, the old man did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately bid farewell to Ning Fan and left in a hurry. Eventually, Ning Fan was the only one left on the dimly lit bridge, watching the fish alone. He did not know what he wanted to see. He also did not know what he was looking for. He obviously could not understand the old man's words. However, he seemed to have gained a great understanding as he looked at the fish in the river. Among those fish, there was one that gave Ning Fan a very strange feeling. That fish was looking at him. It was not afraid of humans at all. That kind of gaze was very similar to Wuxia, who had just left. Sure enough, he's looking at me. Ning Fan muttered something that even he could not understand. He closed his eyes and was completely immersed in the gaze of that fish. It was not Ning Fan's first time hearing about an encounter between himself and himself. It was also not his first time encountering such a thing. However, it was definitely his first time encountering someone who was as strong as Wuxia. He clearly did not have any memories nor any purpose, but he really immersed himself in this kind of comprehension. Perhaps it was because he had no purpose at all that he could see everything clearly and thoroughly. Meeting, what is meeting? Is it the coincidence of the starting point and the ending point? No. It's not, it's a kind of materialization. It's a kind of collision between 2 parallel existences. There's no order between me and the fish. There's no order between me and the butterfly. I'm Ning Fan and I'm also the butterfly. I'm living in the present, but at the same time, I'm living in the butterfly's time. Ning Fan closed his eyes. He did not notice that his body was gradually turning from a human into a butterfly. That kind of change was not the change of his form or the change of his Tao. In fact, it should be said that there was no change at all. I can't believe that I've actually comprehended the mysteries of materialization before attaining the true saint realm. In the great overarching heaven of the Zi-Do immortal region, immortal sovereign Zi-Do, who was imparting the Tao to all living beings, suddenly revealed a gratified smile. Then, he passed an order to his disciples. No one is allowed to step on the stone bridge above the Hao River in the new territory of True Thunder Country. No one knew why immortal sovereign Zido gave such a strange order. No one knew that Ning Fan stood on the stone bridge and comprehended materialization for millions of years. During that period of time, Ning Fan had no idea how many people came and went. During that period of time, the law of samsara tried to dispel the consciousness of Ning Fan's minor accomplishment lightning technique countless times. However, it could not be dispelled. Ning Fan also did not know about this. He did not know that he had once turned into a butterfly. He also did not know when he had left the body of a butterfly and returned to his original form. Ning Fan felt that he had only comprehended for a very short moment. However, when he woke up, his surroundings had already changed. The relocation of the True Thunder Country had become the history of millions of years ago. The entire True Thunder clan no longer existed. From the conversations of the passers-by, Ning Fan found out that millions of years had already passed. This made him very surprised. During these millions of years, the True Thunder clan had undergone a drastic change. According to rumors, the entire clan committed the crime of rebellion under the leadership of immortal sovereign Wuxia and was suppressed by immortal sovereign Zido. Rebellion? How is that possible? Ning Fan found it hard to imagine that the old man who told Yu that he was unhappy would actually betray the Zido immortal region. From the conversation they had that day, Ning Fan seemed to have heard a lot of difficulties from Wuxia. There should be a lot of reasons behind the so-called rebellion. Even though Ning Fan's memory was incomplete, he vaguely felt that his existence was to understand the reasons behind it. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to understand it this time. Because he had comprehended the profound principle of materialization, he had stayed in this place for millions of years. Logically speaking, his minor accomplishment lightning technique could only stay in this place for around 40 years. The consequence of staying for too long was the appearance of the envoys of samsara who wanted to capture Ning Fan and punish him. A mere second step ant actually dares to ignore the law of samsara and forcefully stay in another time and space for millions of years. This man deserves to be killed. An ancient devil that was shrouded in darkness moved towards Ning Fan stealthily with the power of samsara. His killing intent was fully revealed. No one could see that ancient devil, just like how no one could see Ning Fan. Ning Fan also could not see that ancient devil. However, he could vaguely sense the killing intent from the other party. This man seems to be just a small immortal king. My cultivation base is already higher than his. Moreover, with the power of the 6 paths reincarnation well, killing him is as easy as killing a chicken. Dark Samsara, activate. Ning Fan felt that the entire time and space began to twist. At the next moment, he was pulled out of the samsara of the third lightning technique by a tremendous dark samsara power and was pulled to a strange world filled with broken limbs and corpses. Where am I? Ning Fan frowned slightly. He did not know who brought him out of the samsara and where he was now. Fortunately, as he forcefully left the previous time and space, the memories that were taken away by the samsara were returning to his body bit by bit. Thus, Ning Fan was not completely helpless in the face of the current danger. This is an interrogation space that I, Great Immortal Mo Luo, have spent 3 million years to forge. Once you come here, your only future is death. You won't even be able to escape to the previous samsara. Unfortunately, I'm currently at a crucial stage of my cultivation. I can't use my eyes and spirit sense recklessly. Thus, I can't even see your appearance. 6-winged, after you see this person's appearance, make a copy of it and store it in my interrogation notes. If the higher-ups ask me about it, it will be very troublesome if I didn't even record his appearance after killing a space-time criminal. The latter half of the sentence was said by Great Immortal Mo Luo to his servant. Yes. Another voice answered respectfully. At the next moment, Great Immortal Mo Luo appeared with billowing darkness. He was riding on the back of a 6-winged giant. The six-winged giant seemed to be equally strong, but it was willing to be Great Immortal Mo Luo's mount and servant. Great Immortal Mo Luo looked down at Ning Fan disdainfully as if he was looking at an ant. I have the dark samsara in my hands. How do you want to die? Great Immortal. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Then, his expression turned strange. Great Immortal Mo Luo. As his memories gradually returned, he felt that this Great Immortal Mo Luo looked very familiar. He seemed to look a little like the archenemy he met when he was young, Great Emperor Mo Luo from the ancient devil abyss of the dream world. As his memories continued to return to his sea of consciousness, more and more memories of the grudge he had with Great Emperor Mo Luo emerged in front of his eyes. It made him even more certain that the mysterious assailant he met at this moment was coincidentally that detestable Great Emperor Mo Luo. As such, when Ning Fan looked at Great Emperor Mo Luo again, he immediately revealed a thought-provoking cold smile. Chapter 1171. The enemy who dragged Ning Fan out of the time samsara was undoubtedly Great Emperor Mo Luo. However, there was one thing that Ning Fan did not understand. The Great Emperor Mo Luo that he met at the moment seemed to have yet to become a sovereign emperor. His cultivation base was only at the peak Immortal King realm. It was too weak. However, in the time and space he was in, Great Emperor Mo Luo should have already become a sovereign emperor and become one of the 9 great devil ancestors of the ancient demon's abyss. So, the Great Emperor Mo Luo that he met now was not the future Great Emperor Mo Luo but the Great Emperor Mo Luo from countless years ago. Did he accidentally run into him during a time and space travel? Lowly criminal of time and space, repent for your fate of dying tragically. Run away as much as you can. Cry, hate and beg for mercy. If you meet other guards, you might still be able to keep your life. However, you are unlucky to run into my hands. Ha 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 ha. My slave, six-winged, tell me. Has this brat been scared silly by me? Why is he not saying a word? Killing such a coward is really too boring. Great Immortal Mo Luo who could not use his eyesight opened his empty eyes and laughed wildly while asking the six-winged giant who was his mount. Ning Fan was slightly speechless. He began to doubt his own senses. Was the person that he met really the Great Emperor Mo Luo of the past? His standards are a bit low. His behavior is completely like a fool, master, there is no fear on this criminal's face. Be careful. The situation doesn't seem right. This person gives me a very dangerous feeling. The six-winged giant answered respectfully. Oh, six-winged. You are good at everything except that you are too cautious and boring. Fine. Today, I will let you witness the power of the dark samsara. This is the technique that all guards of the 6 paths of samsara must learn. It's really useful to kill a criminal of time and space. Great Immortal Mo Luo's empty eyes suddenly flashed with black light. The shadow of a black tree that was as tall as the sky was reflected in his eyes. For the second time, the dark samsara was activated. Ning Fan didn't even have the time to react. His body was pierced by dozens of black tree branches condensed from the power of darkness without any warning. He looked like a soldier who was shot by arrows or a hedgehog. He was in an extremely sorry state. Not bad. It's actually not ordinary darkness energy. It's not affected by my dark yin-yang. Moreover, from the moment the black branches appeared to the moment they pierced through my body, there was no time lag at all. This was an attack at the level of karma. The moment the black tree branch appeared, it directly pierced through my body. Moreover, these black tree branches are born with tremendous sealing power. Once someone is pierced by them, it would be very difficult for them to break free with brute force unless they are second-level quasi-saints or above. Their cultivation base and mobility would be sealed by the black tree branches and they would be at the mercy of their enemies. Blood trickled down from the corner of Ning Fan's mouth. His eyes glowed with green light. He instantly saw through the details of Great Immortal Mo Luo's attack. However, he was still injured. Not simple. Little fellow, I've used this technique to kill hundreds and thousands of space-time criminals. It's the first time I've seen someone like you who can see through the dark reincarnation branch's mysteries. It seems to be too much of a pity to kill you. How about this great immortal will give you a way out, hide it from the people above, and secretly spare your life. However, you have to be my slave and allow me to devour your Tao corpses unconditionally when I need them for my cultivation. What do you think? As long as you agree to this request, you can live for a very long time. My suggestion isn't bad, right? Great Immortal Mo Luo was shocked by Ning Fan's sharp observation. After being surprised, his expression became scheming. He chuckled strangely as if he wanted to spare Ning Fan's life. From Great Immortal Mo Luo's point of view, Ning Fan who was subdued by the dark reincarnation was already powerless to resist him. His life and death were all in his hands. His willingness to give Ning Fan a way out was already considered as him being merciful. If Ning Fan does not appreciate it, he would not mind killing Ning Fan with his next attack. So the reason why you're taking in a slave is just to devour him. Ning Fan seemed to have recalled the past in the Rain World in the past. He remembered the various interactions he had with the Six-Winged Clan, the Giant Devil Clan, the Mist Horn Clan and the Ghost Eye Clan. If it wasn't for Lightning Emperor Tai Su who saved him in the past, perhaps his fate would be to be devoured by Great Emperor Mo Luo one day in the future. Without Lightning Emperor Tai Su, his path of cultivation would have already ended a long time ago. Be straightforward. Do you agree to my suggestion or not? Great Immortal Mo Luo said impatiently. Of course I won't agree to it. You and I are mortal enemies. Of course, to you, these are all grievances of the future. You who is in the past probably won't understand them. Ning Fan said expressionlessly. Grievances of the future. So it turns out that you, a junior, came from the future and even became enemies with me in the future. Hee hee. If that's the case, I really don't want to spare your life anymore. You can be at ease. Just die. Qi. Qi, the black branch that was inserted into Ning Fan's body, suddenly began to devour his flesh and blood. It multiplied and grew inside his body like a plant, causing his flesh and blood to explode. Even his primordial spirit was minced into pieces. He only lasted for 3 breaths and the dark reincarnation branch has already devoured him. Too weak. Great Immortal Mo Luo said disdainfully. It's not that this person is too weak. It's Master who is too strong. The Six-Winged Giant flattered. Ha ha ha. Your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. You're right. You're right. It's me who is too strong. This young man is not weak. He is not weak. Ha ha ha. The master and servant pair were laughing merrily. Suddenly, their expressions changed greatly. At the same time, they felt chills running down their spines. To their surprise, Ning Fan, who was supposed to be dead, appeared not far away with a flash of purple demonic light. He was actually still alive. He actually used the power of an illusion technique to confuse his enemies, making them think that he had been killed. Impossible. It's impossible for someone who is subdued by the dark reincarnation to escape. You're not a second-level quasi-sage. How is it possible that you're still alive? Even though Great Immortal Mo Luo could not see, he could still sense how terrifying Ning Fan was at this moment. Cold sweat flowed uncontrollably from his forehead. When did you get the illusion that I was hit by your attack? The corner of Ning Fan's mouth curved into a cold smile. He activated his eternal true body and turned into a golden flame giant, pouncing towards Great Immortal Mo Luo. The baleful qi that Ning Fan gave off at this moment was too strong. Great Immortal Mo Luo could not imagine that Ning Fan, who was just an immortal king realm cultivator, had actually killed many immortal emperors and half-step saints. The aura force of the golden flame giant that rushed towards Great Immortal Mo Luo made him shiver. He realized that he had run into an iron plate today. If he knew that Ning Fan was such a powerful time traveler, he would definitely turn a blind eye to it and not question Ning Fan about his crimes. However, it was already too late for regrets now. He could only fight with all his might. Dark Samsara, activate. CHI.AT. The moment when Great Immortal Mo Luo launched his attack, Ning Fan's golden flame giant was penetrated by tens of gigantic wooden thorns, rendering it immobile. Have you restrained him? Great Immortal Mo Luo said with lingering fear. Master, be careful. This time, it's still an illusion technique. The six-winged king activated his sensing technique and warned Ning Fan in shock. As expected. The golden flame giant that was pierced by a large number of wooden thorns turned into an illusion bubble and disappeared. The real golden flame giant reappeared with a flash of purple demonic light. Finally, it approached Great Immortal Mo Luo and his servant. Illusion technique, activate. Great Immortal Mo Luo and the six-winged giant who were controlled by the illusion technique actually killed each other and died at the same time. With a sizzling sound, both of their bodies turned into devil smoke and dissipated. It was not that Ning Fan did not want to use other methods to kill these two enemies. It was just that he was currently traveling through time and space with his minor accomplishment lightning technique. Thus, he could not touch anyone. Thus, he could only resort to trickery and kill these two enemies with an illusion technique. It's you. It's you. This baleful chi. It's you. Last time, I, Lu Yi, saw you in the 6 paths of reincarnation well. Damn it. Damn it. My devil sense died in the interrogation space. I can't get any information about it. Even if I meet you in the future, I won't know that my devil sense has been killed by you. Damn it. Before Great Immortal Mo Luo disappeared, he said something that made Ning Fan feel strange. In the past, Great Emperor Mo Luo had also said something similar. However, he did not say it to Ning Fan. Instead, he said it to the expert in purple robes who mysteriously appeared in the past. I will help you get rid of the 30% devil sense of this fiend. As for the remaining 70% which is sealed by Mo Luo Mountain, when your cultivation base is strong enough, you can go to the devil world and kill him. You can't do this. I, Lu Yi, used to guard the 6 paths of reincarnation. He has seen you before. He has seen you before. Samsara is really interesting. Karma is connected. No matter how high one's cultivation realm is or how much karma one has experienced, what one comes into contact with is still just a superficial part of it. Perhaps only by completing all of one's samsara can one understand the complete karma of oneself. Ning Fan muttered to himself thoughtfully. No one knew what Great Immortal Mo Luo's words before he disappeared had made him think of. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to kill Great Emperor Mo Luo and his 6-winged servant. They probably didn't come to capture me with their true bodies. Instead, they projected part of their devil sense in front of me using some kind of method. What I killed was just some devil sense. Ning Fan shook his head regretfully. When he was young, he was bullied by Great Emperor Mo Luo a little too much. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get back at him. However, he did not manage to truly kill Great Emperor Mo Luo in the end. What he killed was just a part of the devil sense of Great Emperor Mo Luo and his servant. The two of them did not come here with their true bodies. They just used some kind of method to send their devil sense to this place. Ning Fan felt regretful that he did not manage to kill Great Emperor Mo Luo. If he killed the past Great Emperor Mo Luo, would the future Great Emperor Mo Luo be affected? Ning Fan was very curious about this. Or perhaps it was because he did not manage to kill Great Immortal Mo Luo today that there would be a future Great Emperor Mo Luo. Was his inability to kill Great Immortal Mo Luo a destined thing from the very beginning? Perhaps the script of Samsara was written from the very beginning. Since Great Emperor Mo Luo existed in the future, it was impossible for him to kill the past. Perhaps it was impossible for the samsara to be changed by accidents. All accidents were also destined, just like today's encounter. The only thing that could change the samsara was the power that surpassed the level of samsara. It was destined that I would kill the devil sense of great immortal Mo Luo. His devil sense was destroyed and he doesn't remember me. When we meet in the future and plot against me, he also doesn't remember the past. Everything is just the script of samsara. How strong must one's cultivation base be in order to walk out of this predetermined script, in front of the intricate and complicated samsara? Ning Fan once again felt how insignificant he was. He also felt that his knowledge was insufficient. However, he did not lament for too long. It was because he was attracted by the spoils of war in this battle. It was a small section of a dark tree branch. Even though great immortal Mo Luo's devil sense had descended into this world, the spoils of war that he brought with him were his true body and not his projection. Thus, he could seize it. It was clearly just a small section of a dark tree branch, but it gave Ning Fan a very strong sense of danger. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's powerful illusion technique, he would have already been killed by great immortal Mo Luo twice. Divine abilities and magic treasures of the first level of the law of causality were always hard to guard against. Tell me your name and your origin. Ning Fan activated his ability to communicate with the dark tree branch directly. Dark Samsara Branch, Dark Samsara Branch, Dark Samsara Branch. Ning Fan had never heard of a dark samsara tree, nor did he know what a dark samsara branch was. If he takes a closer look at this small branch, he could actually sense the chi of a third-step expert. It was not hard to imagine that the so-called dark samsara tree must be an item with a great background even in the true world. With this item, it seems like I can start to improve the dark illusion technique that is derived from the great accomplishment demonized Dark Knight Dao Elephant. Unfortunately, I can't touch anything when I travel through time using the fate-reversing lightning technique. I probably can't touch this item as well, let alone bring it back to the real world. Ning Fan stretched out his hand regretfully. He thought that he could not touch this branch. However, the strange thing was that he actually touched it. This feeling was similar to the time when he obtained the great accomplishment demonized Dark Knight Dao Elephant. In the illusory world, he obtained the four symbols blood spring. In this world, there were also some special items that could connect the void and reality, the past and the future. The four symbols blood spring was such an item. The dark samsara branch was actually such an item as well. I didn't expect that I would also make a mistake. Since the enemy used this item to attack me, it means that this item can touch me and hurt me. Of course, I can also touch this item. However, I wonder if I can bring this item back to the real world from the past if I can touch it. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He felt that he could give it a try. Then, he thought of something else and felt extremely regretful. Speaking of which, why could I stay in the previous time for millions of years when I used the fate-reversing lightning technique? Moreover, I didn't even notice the passage of time at all. That strange state I was in just now seemed to be quite extraordinary. Now, I can't enter that state no matter what. It seems like there's no way for me to study that strange state in detail. Ning Fan sighed regrettably. The law of samsara only allowed his minor accomplishment lightning technique to stay in the different time and space for around 40 years. The strange state that allowed him to go against the law of samsara was amazing no matter how he thought about it. It's really a pity that I can't enter that strange state again. Rumble. Ning Fan erased the Mo Luo imprint on the dark samsara branch and activated it. With its power, he easily destroyed the interrogation space of great immortal Mo Luo. At the moment when the space was destroyed, his consciousness returned to the real world. At the same time, somewhere far away, great immortal Mo Luo and the six-winged giant who were monitoring the six paths of reincarnation while using their devil senses woke up from their meditation at the same time. They coughed and their faces were filled with shock. How is this possible? My devil sense has actually been destroyed by that space-time criminal. What kind of background does that space-time criminal have? He isn't even afraid of the dark Samsara branch. Could it be that his cultivation base is at the second level of the quasi-saint realm or above? Great Immortal Mo Luo's forehead was filled with cold sweat. I'm doomed. My dark Samsara branch couldn't be sent back. It seems like it has been snatched away by that bastard. I'm going to die. As a guard of the 6 paths of reincarnation, well, I've lost my Samsara branch. It's a serious crime. I'll be punished by having my samsara erased. The second drop of cold sweat appeared. So we can only run away now. The mountain and sea realm is a place where the forces of the sage sects are everywhere. We certainly can't stay here any longer. Six-winged giant, tell me, should we run to the mortal world that's under the control of the Jia clan or to the defying earth world where the immortals are fighting? Great Immortal Mo Luo asked his servant, the six-winged giant with a long face. He no longer had the demeanor of a master. Let's go to the defying earth world. Ju Mo has already advised us to seek refuge with immortal sovereign Zido in the defying earth world. I heard that ancient devils can live without bowing down to him there. The six-winged giant pondered for a while and answered. Is that true? We can actually live with our heads held high after seeking refuge with immortal sovereign Zido. Great Immortal Mo Luo was extremely shocked and moved. As for whether or not they sought refuge with immortal sovereign Zido because of what happened today, history seemed to have already proven it. In the secret place of the True Lightning Clan, Ning Fan woke up from his meditation. Looking at the dark samsara branch that had returned to his consciousness, the corners of his lips curved into a smile. He had actually brought this item from the past to reality. It's too heaven-defying. With this item, my dark illusion technique can now possess extremely strong destructive power. In the past, my illusion technique lacked offensive power. However, in the future, it won't. However, now isn't the right time to refine this item. I still have many questions about the reason why the True Lightning Clan was destroyed. It seems like I need to perform the fate-reversing lightning technique for the 4th time. Even though I can't enter the strange state that I was stuck in for millions of years in the strange time and space previously, as long as I've entered it once, I will still gain something. I have a bold idea about performing the fate-reversing lightning technique for the 4th time. After resting for a while, Ning Fan performed the fate-reversing lightning technique for the 4th time. However, compared to the previous fate-reversing lightning technique, there was obviously something different about the lightning technique he performed this time. It was an unfamiliar time. It was not an unfamiliar place. A butterfly suddenly flew into the great overarching heaven of the Purple Do Immortal region. The 4th time Ning Fan performed the fate-reversing lightning technique, he directly landed in the great overarching heaven. It was the place where immortal sovereign Zido taught the Tao. The great overarching heaven was supposed to be the place with the strictest security in the Purple Do Immortal region. However, at this moment, there was not a single person guarding the place and no one was teaching the Tao here. Immortal sovereign Zido was not there. The Purple Do celestial beings were not there either. The entire great overarching heaven was in ruins. Traces of weapons could be seen everywhere. Could it be that the 4th time my lightning technique will land in the time after the destruction of the Purple Do Immortal region? The butterfly that flew into the great overarching heaven muttered to itself. This butterfly was none other than Ning Fan. Moreover, Ning Fan, who had returned to the past this time, actually retained part of his consciousness. Logically speaking, those who performed the lightning technique would return to the past with the consciousness that was closest to their original form. In the past, Ning Fan returned to the past in his human form. However, this time, it was unknown what kind of profound principle he had comprehended and he actually returned in the form of a butterfly. Because of this, he somehow managed to retain his memories without dispersing and could move around in this place with his consciousness. Unfortunately, no one was able to see him. The Purple Do Immortal region has finally ceased to exist, huh? No, something is not right. There are still movements in a certain corner of the great overarching heaven. Ning Fan suddenly sensed something and flew towards a certain corner of the great overarching heaven. There, an intense battle was currently going on. In the dilapidated great overarching heaven, a white-haired giant whose body was surrounded by blood-red lightning was fighting against 1,000 grand firmament tribulation spirits. The weakest of the grand firmament tribulation spirits who were attacking the white-haired giant were at least 5 stars true blood. There were even a few grand firmament tribulation spirits who had king bloodlines which were comparable to saints. A battle of this level was just too terrifying. Ning Fan was shocked by the terrifying fluctuations of the battle in front of him. What shocked him even more was that white-haired giant. That white-haired giant was just too strong. With just his strength, he managed to defeat 1,000 grand firmament tribulation spirits without giving them any chance to fight back. In the end, after that white-haired giant forcefully killed 2 of the grand firmament tribulation spirits, the remaining grand firmament tribulation spirits fled in panic and retreated from the great overarching heaven. In the end, the dilapidated great overarching heaven returned to silence. As for that white-haired giant, he was holding a red lightning bolt in his hand. He was like the guardian god of the great overarching heaven, guarding this wasteland until his death. That white-haired giant seemed to have been dead for many years. He had already lost his consciousness a long time ago, but he was still able to fight for the Purple Dough Immortal region. The appearance of that white-haired giant gave Ning Fan a familiar feeling. After taking a closer look, he realized that this person was actually Wuxia. It was not Sage Wuxia. It was Immortal Sovereign Wuxia who had a cultivation base of the 4th step. However, he had already fallen and no longer had any consciousness. A samsara traveler of the 2nd step. The result of the samsara test is that he is harmless. This person can't be killed. Immortal Sovereign Wuxia muttered to himself while staring at Ning Fan's direction. He could still see Ning Fan. However, he would never talk about the happiness of fish with Ning Fan anymore. The Purple Dough Immortal region has already been destroyed, but Senior Wuxia is still guarding the great overarching heaven. What's going on? What does this have to do with the suppression of the True Lightning Clan? Ning Fan felt his mind go blank. His mind was filled with all sorts of speculations, but he could not be sure of the answer. Wait, the chi on Senior Wuxia's body is similar to the blood pool sacrifice of the True Lightning Clan. Could it be? Ning Fan looked at Immortal Sovereign Wuxia whose eyes were filled with emptiness. He could feel the latter's will to protect the Purple Dough Immortal region even after his death. At this moment, he had a guess that was closest to the truth about the cause and effect of the suppression of the True Lightning Clan. It seems like the True Lightning Clan didn't betray the Purple Dough Immortal region like what the rumors say. The truth might be the opposite. Ning Fan guessed inwardly. However, at the next moment, a loud shout came from an extremely far distance, interrupting Ning Fan's thoughts. An unprecedented sense of danger filled his entire body. I've detected it. The criminal who snatched the Dark Samsara branch has stepped into a different time and space again. Kill. A few envoys of Samsara with the cultivation base of Saint Realm came to capture Ning Fan. The reason why they wanted to capture him was naturally because Ning Fan had snatched the Dark Samsara branch from the other envoys of Samsara when he traveled through time and space previously. Not good. Ning Fan's expression changed. Without saying anything, he deactivated the fate-reversing lightning technique and returned to the real world. Just as he left, the power of darkness that filled the sky swept towards him. However, it could not touch Ning Fan. Damn it! He actually traveled through time and space with his memories. He is obviously just at the 2nd step. How did he do this? This brat's means are really unimaginable. If I knew that this brat carried his consciousness, I wouldn't have said anything in anger no matter what. This really pisses me off. The 4th time he used the fate-reversing lightning technique ended in a very short period of time. When he woke up from his meditative state, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. That was close. I almost died in a different time and space. Traveling through time and space is actually so dangerous. I didn't expect that snatching the dark samsara branch during the third time would actually lead to such a serious consequence. In the future, when I travel through samsara, I will definitely be captured by the old monsters of the Saint Realm. It seems like I can't use the fate-reversing lightning technique recklessly. Ning Fan's face was filled with pity. He still had too many questions that he wanted to seek answers from the samsara. Without the fate-reversing lightning technique, he could not find out many things. Moreover, he felt a lingering fear. If he didn't use a trick to travel through time and space with his memories when he used the fate-reversing lightning technique for the fourth time, he would definitely be killed by those saints while he was in a daze. Ning Fan, who did not have his memories, would not know how to deactivate the fate-reversing lightning technique even if he encountered danger after traveling through time and space. He also did not know how to run away. All he could do was stare blankly. Hee. Fortunately, he had his memories with him. That was why he could retreat in time. Even though the duration of the fate-reversing lightning technique for the fourth time was very short, Ning Fan still managed to obtain some extremely valuable information. He had many guesses about the reason why the True Lightning Clan was suppressed. After calming himself down, he sent out a message transmitting flying sword to Immortal King Fei Feng. When Immortal King Fei Feng received the message, she immediately came over. As soon as she saw Ning Fan's expression, she knew that Ning Fan probably already knew the reason why the True Lightning Clan was suppressed. Little friend is really a genius. I was worried that 10 days were too short and it would not be enough for little friend to cultivate the fate-reversing lightning technique. However, I didn't expect little friend to only spend a few days to complete your cultivation and travel through time. Moreover, it seems like you've also obtained a great harvest when you traveled through time and space. Even though Fei Feng could not see the wonders of materialization, she could vaguely tell that the current Ning Fan had undergone a huge change compared to before. Senior, you're flattering me. How many times did you travel through time and space within 10 days? 4 times. Hiss. You actually traveled through time and space 4 times in a row. Won't your sea of consciousness be unable to endure it? Fei Feng was astonished. She thought that Ning Fan would only be able to travel through time and space twice at most, and that was already an overestimation. However, she did not expect it to be 4 times. The sturdiness of this young man's sea of consciousness is just too abnormal. Ning Fan naturally would not explain the strength of his sea of consciousness to Fei Feng. He was also not willing to waste time on this matter. Instead, he went straight to the point. I already have some guesses about the True Lightning Clan. However, I still want to hear Senior's answer first to confirm it. Was the True Lightning Clan really suppressed because they betrayed the Purple Do Immortal Domain? Of course not. Fei Feng said bitterly. In other words, not only is the True Lightning Clan not the sinners of the Purple Do Immortal Domain, but they're also the hidden heroes of the domain. Ning Fan sighed. That's right. The ancestors of the True Lightning Clan sacrificed their lives and the entire clan in order to protect the Purple Do Immortal Domain. We are not traitors. I don't know the exact details and the clan did not pass it down to us. Since ancient times, the members of the True Lightning Clan had always thought that we were the enemies of the Purple Do Immortal Domain. Even Tai Su also believed so before she left in the past. However, after Tai Su left, my grandfather accidentally found out part of the truth when he went through reincarnation. My clan is not the enemy of the Purple Do Immortal Domain but a member of the Purple Do Immortal Cultivators. The reason why we were suppressed was to protect the Purple Do Immortal Domain. Using the bloodline power of the remaining members of the clan to preserve the corpse of the ancestors of the True Lightning Clan. What a heaven-defying sacrificial method. Ning Fan sighed even more. Yes. If that's the case, I only have one last question left. Go ahead, little friend. If I save the True Lightning Clan, I'm afraid the ancestors of your clan will vanish into thin air, yes. Whether you want to save the True Lightning Clan or not, it's up to you. I'm already tired of living. It doesn't matter whether I live or die. The other members of the True Lightning Clan have also gotten used to the life of slaves. What's the difference if I save them or not? Fei Fong left with a bitter smile. Once again, Ning Fan was the only one left in the secret place of the True Lightning Clan. Ning Fan looked at the sacrificial blood pool of the True Lightning Clan and finally got the real answer about the reason why the True Lightning Clan was suppressed. The reason why the True Lightning Clan was suppressed was not because of their betrayal at all. Everything was decided by immortal sovereign Wuxia. The sacrifice of the True Lightning Clan was to protect the Purple Doe immortal domain. As long as the True Lightning Clan was still sealed, immortal sovereign Wuxia who was far away in the true world would have an endless supply of power. Even if he dies, he would still be able to protect the Purple Doe immortal domain and the broken great overarching heaven. However, if the seal of the True Lightning Clan is broken, immortal sovereign Wuxia would lose his power and his corpse would vanish into thin air. The reason why immortal sovereign Zido was unwilling to let Ning Fan lift the seal on the True Lightning Clan was because he wanted immortal sovereign Wuxia to continue fighting for the Purple Doe immortal domain. It was the will of immortal sovereign Zido. It was also the will of immortal sovereign Wuxia himself. Where there is light, there will be shadows. If you want peace, there must be sacrifices. Previously, Ning Fan did not understand immortal sovereign Wuxia's words. Now, he understood. It turned out that when immortal sovereign Wuxia looked at the fish in the river, he already had the thought of dying. Thus, he was mentally prepared to sacrifice everything for the Purple Doe immortal domain. Hence, immortal sovereign Wuxia sacrificed himself and the entire True Lightning Clan. However, what did he get in return? In return, the entire True Lightning Clan was suppressed as a traitor. For the past 1 billion years, the members of the clan had been living a life worse than pigs and dogs. In the illusory world, no one knew about the sacrifice of the True Lightning Clan. No one knew about the dedication of the True Lightning Clan. When the Feng clan in the True Lightning world was still bullying the True Lightning Clan, had they ever thought that the ones they were bullying were the hidden heroes who protected the Purple Doe immortal domain? This was immortal sovereign Wuxia's will. He would rather bear a stain and a lifetime of infamy in order to protect the Purple Doe immortal domain from the shadows. Even if he dies in battle and loses his consciousness, he would continue to protect the broken great overarching heaven with his broken bones. Immortal sovereign Wuxia's decision made Ning Fan feel deep respect for him. However, he did not dare to agree with him. From this matter, Ning Fan could see the personalities of immortal sovereign Zido and immortal sovereign Wuxia. That kind of personality was able to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. In order to protect more of the Purple Doe immortal cultivators, they could sacrifice a few people. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they would not hesitate to do so. This was a proposition that tested the rulers greatly. When lives could be quantified and placed on both ends of the scale, would you want to save one person or 1,000,000 people? Ning Fan asked himself if he could do such a thing. He could not do such a thing. In his eyes, there was no difference whether it was one person or 1,000,000 people. It was even more impossible for him to sacrifice his loved ones, his friends and his loved ones in order to protect the Purple Doe immortal domain. At most, he would sacrifice himself for the things that he wanted to protect. This was the difference between different Daos. Even though I look forward to the Purple Doe immortal domain, I might not be able to become a true Purple Doe immortal cultivator in my entire life. As for the True Lightning Clan, they have already borne too much humiliation for the sake of the Purple Doe immortal domain. They could be said to be the heroes in the shadows. They have obviously contributed to the Purple Doe immortal domain, but they still have to bear the infamy. How unfair is this? The Purple Doe immortal domain that I look forward to is not a world where one person is sacrificed to save everyone. Instead, it is a world where there is no sacrifice. Perhaps this kind of ideal world doesn't exist, just like what Senior Wuxia said. However, it is precisely because it doesn't exist that there is a need to build it. Otherwise, what is the purpose of my entire life of cultivation? Therefore, even if saving the true lightning clan this time will go against immortal sovereign Zido's will and let down immortal sovereign Huisher's unyielding fighting spirit, I still want to save them. As for the karma that may be caused by this matter, I, Ning Fan, am willing to bear it all on my own. Boom! Ning Fan suddenly rose to his feet and turned into a ray of light, rushing out of the secret place of the true lightning clan. He rushed out of the bitter cold snow plains of the true lightning clan and flew towards the Feng clan in the true lightning world. His will had never been as strong as it was right now. At this moment, even if immortal sovereign Zido or Huisher were to come back to life, they would not be able to stop him. The Feng clan was the strongest force in the true lightning world. At this moment, the grandest Dao fruit meeting was being held in the Feng clan. There was a divine tree in the Feng clan called the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree. Every 1,000 years, the Heavenly Demon Lightning technique would bear a batch of Heavenly Demon Dao fruits. That was why the Dao fruit meeting of the Feng clan was held. The Dao fruit meeting was the most important event in the Feng clan. Its importance was even higher than the chaos caused by the middle and low-level cultivators in the true lightning world. This was also the reason why the 12 venerated lightning ancestors of the Feng clan were not in a hurry to rescue Dao Monarch Purple Thunder, even though they knew that he was captured. There was nothing more important than the Dao fruit meeting. There was nothing more important than Lord Lei Shu's happiness and anger. If the Dao fruit meeting is stopped halfway, Lord Lei Shu would certainly be angry. Originally, the amount of blood that they had collected from the experts of the true lightning clan was too little, and it had already made Lord Lei Shu unhappy. If they were to stop the Dao fruit meeting halfway at this crucial moment, the consequences would be unimaginable even to the 12 venerated lightning ancestors. There's no other way. We can only let the person who captured Purple Thunder ancestor enjoy his freedom for a few more days. When the Dao fruit meeting is over, it will be as easy as flipping our palms to capture him together. The few venerated lightning ancestors were talking about this matter with a smile. Suddenly, a spirit sense that was as cold as ice fell from the sky and turned into a rainstorm, enveloping the entire Feng clan. With my order, the Dao fruit meeting of the Feng clan will be stopped immediately. How domineering and undeniable. The arrogance of his words enraged the 12 venerated lightning ancestors. They did not go and find trouble with Ning Fan, but he actually came to their doorstep to seek his death. How audacious. Moreover, he even dared to order the Feng clan to stop the Dao fruit meeting immediately. Who does he think he is? Immortal Sovereign Zido? What right does he have to order the Feng clan to stop the Dao fruit meeting immediately? Someone, kill this man. Before Lord Lei Shu flew into a rage, the 12 venerated lightning ancestors had already informed the entire clan that Ning Fan was to be killed. Chapter 1172. As the 12th venerated lightning gave the order, countless cultivators of the Feng clan rose into the sky and surrounded Ning Fan. Most of these Feng clan cultivators had flesh and blood bodies, and only a small portion of them had bodies constructed from pure lightning power. Cultivators of flesh and blood basically did not have the bloodline of an ancient fae. Those with lightning bodies would more or less have some ancient demon bloodline. The reason why Ning Fan came to the Feng clan was to stir up trouble. However, he was not willing to kill too many people in this place. The reason why the True Thunder clan was suppressed and sealed was so that the entire True Thunder clan could be used as sacrifices to provide energy. As long as the True Thunder clan was sealed, Celestial Emperor Huisher's corpse, which was far away in the true world, could maintain its combat power and continue fighting. The cultivators of the Feng clan were ordered by Immortal Emperor Zido to guard the seal and monitor the True Thunder clan. In essence, the existence of the Feng clan was only to fulfill their duty. Hence, he was reluctant to kill too many cultivators of the Feng clan. However, this did not mean that he would not kill anyone here. Guarding the True Thunder clan was one thing, but bullying the True Thunder clan was another. Celestial Emperor Zido had ordered the Feng clan to guard the True Thunder tribe, but he didn't order the members of the Feng clan to bully others and commit all sorts of crimes. I won't kill any of the Feng clan cultivators who aren't tainted with evil karma. But if any cultivator of the Feng clan neglects his duty and does evil things to the True Thunder clan, the hero behind the scenes, don't blame me for being merciless. Roar. Ning Fan's expression was merciless. His devil roar reverberated across heaven and earth. Countless cultivators of the Feng clan who had weak cultivation bases coughed out blood from the impact. They lost their ability to fly and fell to the ground. Each of them looked extremely miserable. Without a cultivation base that was beyond the ancient times, a low-grade cultivator of the Feng clan would not even be able to get close to Ning Fan. They would not even be able to withstand a single roar from him. It's the ancient devil's roar. No, this roar not only contained the power of the ancient devils, but also the power of the ancient demons and ancient gods. Who was this person? In the true lightning world, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to possess the divine, demon, and demon bloodlines at the same time. The 12 venerables of thunder paled. Chi. All of a sudden, a ray of purple light descended from the sky and tried to bind Ning Fan. It was the willpower that immortal sovereign Zido had left behind in the true lightning world. It's the remnant energy of a celestial lord. The celestial emperor is going to personally punish this villain. The cultivators of the Feng clan were overjoyed. But in the next moment, they couldn't laugh anymore. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with complicated emotions as he stared at the purple battle will descending from the sky. How weak was this willpower? It had already remained in the true thunder world for 1 billion years, and it was completely worn down by the long passage of time. Perhaps the will left behind by immortal Emperor Zido here once possessed enormous power. However, that was something from 1 billion years ago. At this moment, this power had already weakened and was close to being exhausted. It was obviously not enough to suppress Ning Fan with this level of immortal sovereign will. Celestial Emperor, O Celestial Emperor, when you personally sealed the True Thunder clan back then, did you ever think that these heroes behind the scenes would be bullied and humiliated by the guards you sent? In the past, the True Thunder clan was extremely huge. The leader of the clan was the dignified immortal sovereign Wuxia. There were probably many saints in the clan. But now, the entire clan is only left with about 400,000 people. There isn't even an immortal sovereign in the clan. Now, I am going to go against your will because I feel that the sealing of the True Thunder clan was a mistake from the very beginning. If saving the True Thunder clan is a mistake to you, then I, Ning Fan, will bear all the consequences. At this moment, Ning Fan also released all of his will. It was a will that was alternating between black and white. It collided violently with immortal Emperor Zido's purple will in the sky. Crack crack crack, the remaining will of immortal Emperor Zido was actually crushed by Ning Fan's will. However, Ning Fan did not have a good time either. His will was also greatly damaged. His incomparably sturdy divine spirit sea of consciousness actually had 7 cracks on it. As expected of immortal Emperor Zido. Even though a trace of his will has been left behind for 1 billion years, it can still severely damage my sea of consciousness. He's really too strong. Ning Fan sighed with emotion. While Ning Fan was lamenting his own weakness, the entire Feng clan was shocked by Ning Fan's strength. Is it really possible to destroy the will of a 4th-step immortal sovereign with his own will? Even if it was just a tiny trace of the immortal sovereign's will that was left behind in this place and that trace of will had been eroded by the wind for 1 billion years, it was still not something that a 2nd-step cultivator could destroy, right? The entire Feng clan exclaimed in surprise as if they had just seen an unbelievable miracle. The strongest aspect of this young man isn't his cultivation base but his will. In terms of cultivation base, there were many people who surpassed him during the Age of Chaos. However, in terms of the strength of his will, there is absolutely no one below the third step who is stronger than him. Even the will of an immortal sovereign can't do anything to him. Is he a monster? Wait. What is he trying to do now? In the midst of the exclamations, Ning Fan suddenly closed his eyes. His expression was filled with a sense of loss. He was indebted to immortal Emperor Zido for imparting the Tao to him. Going against his master's will was not a good feeling. However, there were some things that he must do once he had made up his mind. Moreover, he must do it thoroughly. Following Ning Fan's will, a rainstorm suddenly swept across the entire True Thunder world. Wherever the rain falls, Ning Fan's spirit sense would be there. This time, Ning Fan spread out his spirit sense. His purpose was different from before. It was not to sense the surroundings but to cast an illusory technique within the True Thunder world. Demonize the dark night and reveal the image of the Tao. At this moment, the entire True Thunder world fell into an eternal night. The massive power of the illusory technique flowed along with the darkness of the night, causing all living beings in the True Thunder world to fall into a state of confusion. Only a few people could resist this illusory technique. What a domineering illusory technique! It can actually attack the cultivators of an entire world. Isn't the range of this attack a little too wide? I've never heard of such an attack before. The expressions of the 12 venerated lightning demons and the few immortal emperors of the True Thunder world who were not affected by the illusory technique changed drastically. At this moment, they were about to witness the perfection of Ning Fan's dark illusion technique. An illusory technique that used rain as a medium to attack from a super long distance was about to be born. It was not an ordinary dark night but a rainy night. The rain is the range. The night is the illusory technique. The west wind is my Tao sense. In the rainy night, the west wind blew. The west wind carried an indescribable sense of loneliness. It was the ability that Ning Fan had comprehended when he was young. At this moment, it blended into the rainy night and became a part of it. As the west wind blew, the rainy night carried an indescribable sense of loneliness and coldness. It blew the power of the illusory technique into everyone's heart. Even the 12 venerated lightning and the others who were not affected by Ning Fan's illusory technique fell into the illusory technique the moment they felt a chill in their hearts. However, at the next moment, the 12 venerated lightning and the other emperors of the True Thunder world broke the illusory technique one after another and woke up from their trance. It seems like even though the rainy night has taken shape, the restraining power of this illusory technique is still not enough. If that's the case, Ning Fan opened his eyes. At this moment, he took out a black tree branch that was as long as a finger. Dark Samsara branch. Chi Ning Fan actually pierced this tree branch into his right eye. However, what was strange was that not a single drop of blood flowed out from his right eye. Instead, it perfectly absorbed all the power of this tree branch, causing his right eye to begin to emit an indescribable ancient chi. The reason why he could perfectly absorb the power was because his right eye contained the power of the divine lattice of wood, which was equivalent to that of the palm divine lattice but higher than that. Under the influence of the power of the divine lattice of wood, the dark tree branch was perfectly absorbed by Ning Fan and melted into his devil eye. The sealing power, karma power and a trace of samsara power contained in the dark tree branch also fused into Ning Fan's right eye. Then, something terrifying happened. At the moment when he absorbed the power of the dark tree branch, the power of Ning Fan's illusory technique increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, there were more changes to it. The entire rainy night gave off an ancient and vicissitude feeling. In the boundless darkness, a dark samsara tree that was as tall as the sky appeared. Under the nourishment of the rainy night, it began to grow crazily in the illusory world. Welcome to my primordial rainy night. No matter how hard the 12 venerated lightning and the others tried to resist, their sea of consciousness was still breached by Ning Fan's illusory technique and they were pulled into the illusory world of the immemorial rainy night. The so-called immemorial rainy night was an illusory rainy night world that was created using Ning Fan's spiritual world as the carrier and the dark illusion technique as the attacking method. This was the final form of the dark illusion technique that Ning Fan had improved. It was also the strongest illusion technique that Ning Fan had created since he started cultivating the Tao. Even though a few of the 12 venerated lightning were illusion masters and the strongest expert among them was a half-step saint, they still couldn't withstand the attack of Ning Fan's immemorial rainy night illusion technique. Their minds were forcefully pulled into the illusory world. The group of immortal Emperor Realm old monsters wanted to struggle, but they were shocked to find that their bodies were pierced by tens of dark tree branches the moment they were pulled into the illusory world. They were nailed to the ground like wooden puppets, unable to move even the slightest bit despite the pouring rain. They had been sealed. Ning Fan's illusory technique actually carried a terrifying sealing power. It was too unimaginable. We can't break free. What kind of terrifying sealing power is this? Once you fall into this person's illusory technique, you won't be able to break free unless your strength is one level higher than this person's. Moreover, judging from the chi of this person's magic power, I'm afraid not even a first-level quasi-saint could break free from this illusory technique. Everyone was shocked. There's no need to struggle. In my illusory world, be it time or space, everything is under my control. This is actually an offensive illusory technique. But now, I want to use it to interrogate all of you. Let's start with the weakest person in the illusory world. Qi Ning Fan's figure appeared in the illusory world and flew towards a cultivator who had a blank look in his eyes. He was a mid-grade cultivator of the True Lightning world. He had killed many members of the True Lightning clan and his favorite thing to do was to humiliate the women of the clan. He sank into Ning Fan's illusory world. All of his memories were presented in front of Ning Fan without any reservation. Ning Fan used the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to go through all of his memories and confirmed that he had committed all kinds of crimes in the True Lightning clan. After that, he activated his illusory technique. Countless black tree branches grew out of his body and killed him in the illusory world. After killing this person, Ning Fan checked the memory of the second mid-grade cultivator because he had also committed heinous crimes against the True Lightning clan and was killed by Ning Fan. The third person did not bully the True Lightning clan. Ning Fan did not kill him but released him into the illusory world. The fourth person was innocent and was released. The fifth person was guilty and was killed. The sixth person, the seventh person, there were too many cultivators in the entire True Lightning world. There were more than hundreds of millions of them. If Ning Fan were to interrogate them one by one, it would not be enough without spending several million years. What was frightening was that Ning Fan was actually willing to spend several million years to screen each and every one of them to see if they had committed any crimes. Did he have that much time to waste as he pleased? No. Even though the 12 revered lightning beings were restrained by the illusory world and could not move, they still had their eyesight. To their surprise, they realized that no matter how much time passed in the illusory world, the time in the outside world had always stopped at the moment when Ning Fan performed his technique. In other words, no matter how much time Ning Fan wasted in the illusory world, it would not affect the real world. In the blink of an eye, several million years had passed. After Ning Fan had screened all the cultivators in the entire True Lightning world, he killed nearly 30% of them while the rest were acquitted and released. Finally, Ning Fan began to interrogate the 12 revered lightning beings. What infuriated Ning Fan was that each of the 12 revered lightning beings had committed heinous crimes against the True Lightning clan. Moreover, they had been devouring the flesh and blood essence of the members of the True Lightning clan all year round for their cultivation. All of you have been ordered to guard the seal here. Is this how you treat those who are sealed? Ning Fan said coldly. Humph. We don't know why you want to stand up for the True Lightning clan. Maybe you have some ulterior motives towards them, or maybe you really want to save them. However, do you know that after saving the True Lightning Clan, their ancestors will turn into ashes and they will no longer be able to serve our Purple Doe immortal domain? After staying in your illusory world for so many years, we can also see that you are actually a Purple Doe immortal cultivator, aren't you? The act of saving the True Lightning Clan will cause our Purple Doe immortal cultivator to lose our remaining combat power. It will also cause us to lose our last chance to turn the situation around. Seeing that Ning Fan was about to attack them, the 12 revered lightning beings became rather unyielding. They actually reprimanded Ning Fan instead. Ning Fan did not intend to listen to their rebuttals at all. What infuriated him was that the 12 revered lightning beings in front of him actually knew the truth about the True Lightning Clan being sealed and suppressed. They clearly knew the truth, and that the members of the True Lightning Clan were the hidden heroes of the Purple Doe immortal domain. However, the 12 revered lightning beings still dared to bully the True Lightning Clan wantonly. These people were not worthy of being called the Purple Doe immortal cultivator. Die! Ning Fan activated his illusory technique. 9 of the 12 revered lightning beings were instantly killed by the dark Samsara branch and died in the illusory world. However, 3 of them were strangely reborn after being killed and escaped from the illusory world through their rebirth. They were revered heavenly lightning, revered earth lightning and revered mysterious lightning, who were the strongest among the 12 revered lightning beings. All of them were at the half-step saint realm. The moment they escaped from Ning Fan's illusory world, the 3 of them ran towards a gigantic lightning tree in the territory of the Feng clan. That was the divine tree of the Feng clan, the heavenly demon lightning tree. A half-step saint is indeed difficult to kill. Ning Fan's consciousness left the illusory world and returned to reality. Looking at the messy situation of the entire True Lightning world, he was quite satisfied with the power of his newly created illusory technique. Illusory technique, immemorial rainy night. A single illusory technique had actually killed 30% of the cultivators in the True Lightning world in an instant. As for the remaining 70%, it was because Ning Fan took the initiative to release it. The power of this illusory technique was quite impressive. From this moment onwards, Ning Fan finally had a powerful offensive illusory technique. Moreover, it was an illusory technique that had a terrifying attack range. Of course, a powerful illusory technique would consume a lot of one's mental strength. Obviously, this technique and the cross-shaped halos were innately incompatible. Both of them also required a lot of mental strength. As expected, the cross-shaped halos were more suitable to be used in conjunction with body techniques and magic techniques. What I'm concerned about is not that the 3 half-step saints were not killed in a single strike, but that tree. What kind of tree is that? Since the 3 revered lightning beings chose this tree to escape to, there must be something special about it. I can't underestimate it. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon the heavenly demon lightning tree in the distance and his expression turned slightly solemn. To his surprise, when the 3 revered lightning beings reached the base of the heavenly demon lightning tree, the tree seemed to have come to life all of a sudden. A gigantic eye opened on the trunk of the tree. Children, there's no need to panic. With me here in the Feng clan, we certainly won't let this person continue to be arrogant. However, all of you must remember that it won't be easy to let me take action. The heavenly demon lightning tree's demonic chi soared into the sky. Lord Divine Tree, don't worry. As long as Lord Divine Tree kills this person, we will certainly capture another 100,000 members of the True Lightning Clan for you to devour. The 3 revered lightning beings said in a panic. 100,000 is not enough. I want 200,000. The heavenly demon lightning tree said in displeasure. But there aren't many members of the True Lightning Clan left. If we lose another 200,000 in one go. The 3 revered lightning beings looked troubled. Then let them have more children. Do you still need me to intervene in such a trivial matter? In short, I won't interfere with your life or death if we lose 200,000 offerings. The heavenly demon lightning tree became even more dissatisfied. Yes, yes, yes. 200,000 it is. At this moment, the three revered lightning beings had no choice but to compromise in order to save their lives. Ning Fan looked at the three people and the tree coldly. He watched as they decided the fate of 200,000 members of the true lightning clan in the blink of an eye. No wonder. No wonder the population of the true lightning clan that was once prosperous would decline to such an extent. Everyone treated the true lightning clan as their food. The entire true lightning world had become a pigsty and a cow pen to feed these members of the true lightning clan. If it wasn't because they wanted to devour the members of the true lightning clan in the future, the true lightning clan might have already been wiped out by these people. This young man is not simple. Since I've decided to take action, I will go all out and completely release my quasi-saint realm body. The three of you will buy me 20 breaths of time. After 20 breaths of time, I will deal with this young man. The heavenly demon lightning tree said firmly. 20 breaths of time, huh? Yes. The three revered lightning beings wore troubled expressions. They did not have the confidence to stop Ning Fan for 20 breaths of time. However, they still gritted their teeth and charged at Ning Fan again. If I didn't improve my illusion technique before, I might need to summon some helpers to face the joint attack of three half-step saints. Now, however, I don't have to. Ning Fan's right eye flashed with devil light. All of a sudden, the shadow of a black tree appeared in his right eye. Illusion technique, immemorial rainy night. With Ning Fan's state of mind, the burden of activating the immemorial rainy night illusion technique once was not too great. However, activating it consecutively for the second time within an extremely short period of time was rather taxing. A stream of black blood flowed down from his right eye. It was the proof that Ning Fan had overused his illusion technique. At this moment, the three unlucky revered lightning beings fell into Ning Fan's illusion world for the second time. Their bodies were penetrated by the dark samsara branch and they were pinned to the ground. Not good. We got hit by this technique again. Revered heavenly lightning's expression turned extremely ugly. Impossible. I've already been hit by this technique once. I've already set up a specific defense against it. Why am I still hit by it? Revered lightning's face turned slightly pale. There's something wrong with this illusion technique. It actually contains the samsara chi of the third step. It's definitely not something that we can resist even if we set up our defenses beforehand. Damn it. I don't have any lightning fruit of rebirth anymore, but my brothers still have a few. Lend me one. Revered mysterious lightning said in fear. I only have one. I can't lend it to you. I only have one as well, no. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Explode. As Ning Fan willed it, the bodies of the three revered lightning beings who had fallen into the illusion world were constantly multiplied by the dark samsara branch and exploded. With the power of the lightning fruit of rebirth, revered heaven and revered lightning were resurrected once again. As for revered mysterious lightning, he was really killed by Ning Fan because he had used up all of his lightning fruits. I've finally killed a half-step saint, huh? When Ning Fan killed revered mysterious lightning, he did not summon the ghost flower of the netherworld to produce undying ghost soldiers. He had killed a lot of people in the entire true lightning world. A single illusion technique had killed 30% of the cultivators here and sacrificed tens of millions of them. After killing so many people, he had already fulfilled the requirements to produce undying ghost soldiers. However, Ning Fan did not want to waste the sacrificial offerings on revered mysterious lightning. If there are no better choices, he would not mind adding a ghost soldier to his team. Unfortunately, there were better choices in this place which could be used to produce undying ghost soldiers. Ning Fan's gaze did not fall on revered heavenly lightning nor revered lightning. His eyes were only looking at the heavenly demon lightning tree. Trash. I've only delayed it for a breath of time and one of them has already died. The heavenly demon lightning tree which was unsealing the body of a half-step saint was enraged when it saw revered mysterious lightning getting killed by Ning Fan's illusion technique. Illusion technique, immemorial rainy night. More devil blood flowed out from Ning Fan's right eye. He had activated the illusion technique for the third time. This time, Ning Fan's illusion technique did not only attack revered heavenly lightning and revered lightning but also directly attacked the heavenly demon lightning tree. Ah! Two blood-curdling screams could be heard. Revered heavenly lightning and revered lightning had finally been killed by Ning Fan because they had used up all of their rebirth lightning fruits. In the spacious illusory world, only the heavenly demon lightning tree was not killed instantly. However, it was also trapped in Ning Fan's illusory world. What level of illusory technique is this? Is it a mid-grade supreme profound illusion technique? No, this young man's illusory technique has actually stepped into the high-grade supreme profound illusion technique. Judging from the degree of compatibility between magic techniques, it is actually an illusory technique that he created himself. The heavenly demon lightning tree was astonished. Even though its body was huge, what was pulled into the illusory world was only an extremely small true spirit. Its true spirit was very small and it looked like a bonsai. At this moment it was pierced through by many tiny black branches and nailed to the ground. No wonder even a half-step saint would be instantly killed by this young man's illusory technique. Even a half-step saint would have to retreat in the face of an illusory technique of this level. Even I might not be able to break this young man's illusory technique with my current cultivation base. Sure enough, this is the only way. Bang! For some unknown reason, the true spirit of the heavenly demon lightning tree suddenly withered rapidly and perished in the illusory world. At the next moment, however, its true spirit was reborn in the real world. Surprisingly, it possessed the ability to resurrect after death. This demon tree is indeed not simple. Ning Fan closed his right eye tightly. His devil blood kept flowing out of his body and his consciousness returned to the real world. After using the immemorial rainy night illusory technique 3 times in a row, it was already very difficult for him to use it for the 4th time. Besides, even if he forcefully uses it for the 4th time, according to Ning Fan's estimation, it was still impossible for him to kill the heavenly demon lightning tree. It turned out that the 12 revered lightning beings were not the strongest beings in the true lightning world at all. So this heavenly demon lightning tree is the one. So your name is the heavenly demon lightning tree. Ning Fan covered his right eye and activated his ability to communicate with all living things. He instantly learned the name of the heavenly demon lightning tree. Impossible. You can actually talk to my body directly. The heavenly demon lightning tree was astonished. It did not know anything about the ancient divine spirits nor did it know how all living beings could communicate with each other. However, it still sensed that at the moment Ning Fan activated some kind of ability, its body had leaked its information to him. What an incredible intelligence ability. If I can eat this kid and seize his abilities, a hint of greed flashed across the celestial demon thunder tree's huge eyes. 17 breaths. In another 17 breaths of time, he would be able to release the shell of his quasi-saint realm lightning tree body. Then, he would be able to easily kill Ning Fan and devour him. However, would Ning Fan foolishly wait for the heavenly demon lightning tree to release its body? As a matter of fact, the reason why Ning Fan used his illusion technique to attack the heavenly demon lightning tree just now was to stop it from releasing its body. However, he failed. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, the true power of this heavenly demon lightning tree was comparable to a first-level quasi-saint. However, most of its power had been sealed all year round. It would take a certain period of time to unseal the seal before it could be used. Ning Fan did not plan to give the heavenly demon lightning tree the chance to release all of its power. Although he had created an illusion that was close to a high-grade supreme profundity level, he did not think that this illusion could kill a true demisage. Only by interrupting the heavenly demon lightning tree's release of power would he be able to prevent the tree from unleashing its full power. Only then would he have a chance to kill it. Then, he would use this tree to create undying ghostly soldiers. Summon, Ghost Flower of the Netherworld. Dragon King Wan Sheng, appear. Undying Black Qilin, appear. Ning Fan then summoned Aphrodite and the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul. In this way, he was not attacking the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree alone. Instead, he was attacking the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree with the combined strength of the 5 of them. Master, you didn't bring Black Devil along when you fought. Obviously, Black Devil has many ways to deal with this demon tree. Black Devil, who was not summoned by Ning Fan, felt wronged. What bullshit Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree? It's obviously the soul-sucking tree of the Dao Hun clan. Even though Ning Fan had no idea how this soul-sucking tree cultivated its ancient demon body and how it disguised itself as the true spirit of an ancient demon, the smell of the soul-sucking tree could not deceive the 9 Raccoon clan. There is no mistaking that unique stench of urine. The true identity of this tree is definitely a soul-sucking tree. The people of the 9 Raccoon clan love to pee under the soul-sucking tree the most. Humph. Don't feel wronged. If I really need your help, I will naturally send you to fight. Even though the feedback from the myriad creation communication says that this tree is the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree, I can also vaguely sense that there is a trace of Dao Soul Chi inside this tree which is well disguised. The little cat, Black Devil, was one of Ning Fan's trump cards. It was a trump card specially used to deal with the Dao Soul clan. Since it was a trump card, of course, it was impossible for him to use it at the very beginning. He had to keep it until the very end just in case. The most important thing now was to interrupt the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree before it releases all of its power. Let's attack together and attack the roots of this tree. Under Ning Fan's command, Afro, the Tao Destruction Lightning Infant, Myriad Saint Dragon King and the Undying Ink Qilin all launched their strongest attacks at the roots of the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree. The Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree was dumbfounded. It did not expect that Ning Fan would actually summon 4 half-step Saint Realm experts to help him. The joint attack launched by Ning Fan and 4 half-step Saint Realm experts was not much weaker than a true half-step Saint Realm expert. As such, the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree only lasted for 5 breaths before its roots were completely destroyed by Ning Fan and his group. Its act of releasing its power was forcefully interrupted. Rumble, the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree that had lost its roots suddenly grew arms and legs and turned into a gigantic treant. Its single eye glared at Ning Fan furiously. It failed to release its power. Now, it could only use 1/5 of its power to deal with Ning Fan. All of you deserve to die. Chapter 1173. Half-step Quasi-Sage was only a step away from Quasi-Sage, but that step was like an insurmountable chasm. At this moment, Ning Fan had the same feeling when facing the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree. Even though his cultivation base was just at the Immortal King realm, his combat power was definitely enough to overwhelm most of the half-step saints in the Age of Chaos. Even so, Ning Fan still felt like he was at a disadvantage when facing the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree. The aura force of the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree swept across the entire True Lightning world. Ning Fan, who had the secret character, Force, was still in a better condition. However, Afro and the others were directly blasted far away by the aura force of the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree. With just 1/5 of its cultivation base, it can actually be so powerful. Is this the power of a quasi-saint? It's indeed not something that I can achieve with my current strength. However, I have 4 great advantages in this battle. It's not like I don't have a chance to truly kill this tree. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. The first advantage was that the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree could only use 1/5 of its cultivation. The second advantage Ning Fan had was the number of people on his side. The third advantage was that the Heaven Demon Lightning Tree was a tree and cultivated the great Tao of Wood. Ning Fan's identity as the Father God of Wood had an absolute restraining effect on the existence of trees. The fourth advantage was naturally the Black Devil as a trump card. With these four great advantages, Ning Fan was quite confident that he could defeat the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree. However, in the next moment, the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree eliminated one of his advantages. Ancient Demon Lost Art, Tree Demon Doppelganger. As the Celestial Demon Thunder Tree used its spell, a demonic light burst out from its body. Amidst the demonic aura, four wood puppets appeared. Not only did those clones look the same as the main body, they were also the same size. Even the cultivation aura they exuded was exactly the same. All of them had 1/5 of the cultivation of a quasi-saint. You want to besiege me? Dream on. The main body of the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree sneered. Four of its clones immediately charged at Afro and the others while its main body charged at Ning Fan. The advantage of numbers no longer existed. Fortunately, Aphrodite and the others were not easy to deal with. Even if each of them were to face one of the tree demon's incarnations alone, they would not be in a disadvantageous position. However, it would be very difficult for them to win the battle. Obviously, they could not free themselves to help Ning Fan anymore. A clone-type ancient demon lost art, huh? This is the first time I've seen this art. It is indeed useful. The immemorial true body appeared. Ning Fan turned into a giant body made of golden flames and threw a punch at the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree's main body, the ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike. Unfortunately, the bark of the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree was the bark of a quasi-saint realm tree. Ning Fan's ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike that had yet to achieve a combo was just like scratching an itch to the tree. Is this all you've got? Demonic Technique, Leaf Dance Technique. The main body of the Celestial Demon Thunder Tree snorted in disdain. He did not know that the ancient Demon Mountain Breaking Strike that he looked down on was actually an extremely terrifying ancient demon body technique. Unfortunately, as Ning Fan had used illusion techniques many times, he had consumed too much of his spirit power. Hence, it was not suitable for him to use the cross-shaped halos at the moment. If he does not activate the cross-shaped halos, he would not be able to have unlimited magic power. It was also not suitable for him to use the ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike to form a series of attacks. Thus, he had to find another method to deal with the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree. The Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree shook its crown and millions of Heavenly Demon leaves that were as sharp as flying swords flew towards Ning Fan. The sky was filled with dancing leaves. Leaf dance art was a very common little Yao art among the Yao. Its status was about the same as the basic flying sword arts of Sword Shio. The grade of this technique was obviously very low. However, when it is used by the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree, its destructive power was enough to instantly kill some weaker immortal emperors. It was really unimaginable. Unfortunately, this technique was obviously not suitable to be used against Ning Fan. Wood Palm Domain, Open. As Ning Fan activated his domain, all the wood chi in the entire heaven and earth seemed to be under his control. The millions of leaves that were attacking Ning Fan could not even touch his body at all. There was an invisible power of the divine lattice that prevented them from doing so. It's actually the wood palm realm. This is going to be troublesome. The main body of the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree was shocked. If Ning Fan really possessed the power of the wood palm realm, all of its wood element abilities would basically be crippled. It would not be able to use them to attack Ning Fan. The wood palm realm was just that unsolvable and unreasonable. Since my abilities can't work, I'll use my magic treasures to determine the winner. Farmer God Cauldron, appear. All of a sudden, a ray of green light shot out from the main body of the Heavenly Demon Lightning Tree. It turned into an ancient cauldron that was covered in green copper and pressed down on Ning Fan's head. This cauldron was actually a Xiantian middle-grade magical treasure. When used by the Heavenly Demon Thunder Tree in the quasi-sage realm, the might of the cauldron could overturn the heavens and earth and shake the world. You want to compete with magic treasures? Ning Fan summoned the ocean-defying sword. The giant body of golden flames wielded the sword and slashed at the cauldron, sending it flying away. However, Ning Fan was not in a good condition either. He was forcefully smashed 100 zhang deep into the ground by the suppressive force of the giant cauldron. More than half of his body was smashed into the ground. Disadvantaged. Ning Fan was at a disadvantage in this clash of magic treasures and Dao soldiers. It was not because the ocean-defying sword was weaker than the farmer god cauldron but because Ning Fan's strength was far weaker than the heavenly demon lightning tree. This is, the sword of a disciple of the chaotic Kun sacred sect. The heavenly demon thunder tree seemed to be very experienced. He was shocked when he saw the sea-defying sword. But in the next moment, his surprise turned into anger. So what if he was a disciple of the Han Kun sect? He had killed the disciples of the Han Kun sect. Those damned Han Kun disciples should all be killed. Shenong 100 Grass Flame. Of course, the Shenong cauldron was not as simple as smashing people. It was a medicinal cauldron used for pill refinement. The cauldron contained innate flames which made it extremely powerful. As the heavenly demon lightning tree activated his ability, the grass-green Shenong 100 Grass Flame poured out from the Shenong cauldron. It fell from the sky like the divine flames of the 9 heavens and attacked Ning Fan. Innate mid-grade flame, huh? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He opened his mouth and breathed out rolling thunder flames which burned towards the Shenong 100 Grass Flame. The Shenong 100 Grass Flame was a flame that was specially used for pill refinement. Its fire attribute was ancient and gentle. Ning Fan's flame lightning flame, on the other hand, was different. It was born to attack and kill people. Its destructive power was even more domineering. The battle of fire lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In the end, the Shenong 100 Grass Flame was defeated. It fled all the way back to the Shenong cauldron. It was frightened by Ning Fan's flame lightning flame. Trash! Trash! The dignified Shenong 100 Grass Flame was actually frightened to the point of fleeing. The heavenly demon lightning tree was so angry that he cursed loudly. Seeing that the Shenong cauldron could not do anything to Ning Fan, he no longer had any hope of killing Ning Fan. The Shenong cauldron was the only innate mid-grade magic treasure that he had. It was also the only powerful attacking method that he could use after many of his wood element abilities were suppressed by Ning Fan's godhead. He could not use the Shenong cauldron nor his abilities. Could it be that he, a dignified quasi-saint realm being, had to fight Ning Fan in a melee battle? Even though the defensive power of his quasi-saint realm tree bark was not bad, its offensive power was not impressive. As for Ning Fan's eternal true body, its defensive power was also not low. Even if he fights Ning Fan in a melee battle, he would not be able to kill him. What was more troublesome was that as soon as Ning Fan activated his sovereign domain, the heavenly demon lightning tree realized that he could no longer absorb the wood power of heaven and earth. In other words, he could not recover his demon spiritual power after it is depleted. He would not be able to see the problem within a short period of time. However, if he fights Ning Fan in a prolonged battle of attrition, his demon spiritual power would certainly be depleted in the end. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He no longer wanted to fight Ning Fan nor did he want to become enemies with Ning Fan. He wanted to make peace with Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan did not care about his words at all. I can't be wrong. Ning Fan sensed countless karma from this heavenly demon lightning tree. All of them were the karma of the true lightning clan. In the past countless years, this tree had eaten billions of members of the true lightning clan. This tree deserved to be killed. Junior. Do you really have to force me like this? If you push me too far, I will just perish together with you. The heavenly demon lightning tree threatened. Then you can perish together with me. Ning Fan had already made up his mind to kill. Even though he did not activate the cross-shaped halo, he had plenty of powerful methods to deal with the heavenly demon lightning tree. Gung Wu's treasure, Vajra armor breaking pearl, appear. On the day he defeated blood god Gung Wu, Ning Fan had obtained a large amount of treasures from his body. Among them, the one that he valued the most was the mid-grade innate rank Vajra armor-breaking pearl. It was a magic treasure. Its destructive power was not strong, but it had the heaven-defying effect of breaking armor. Ning Fan channeled a large amount of magic power into the Vajra armor-breaking pearl. Immediately, hundreds and thousands of ancient Buddhist characters appeared on the surface of the pearl. Each of those characters was only the size of an ant. They seemed to be some kind of high-level characters of the Buddhist sect which Ning Fan did not recognize. The more magic power Ning Fan channeled into the pearl, the stronger the golden light it gave off. When the golden light grew to a certain extent, Ning Fan suddenly raised his hand and took out the Vajra armor-breaking pearl, hitting it on the trunk of the heavenly demon lightning tree. Bang! The Vajra armor-breaking pearl did not have much offensive power. Of course, it could not penetrate the quasi-saint realm bark of the heavenly demon lightning tree. Upon seeing that, the heavenly demon lightning tree felt disdainful. It did not notice that the defensive power of its bark had been weakened by 90% the moment it came into contact with the Vajra armor-breaking pearl. Very few people would be able to notice the defensive power of the Vajra armor-breaking pearl, unless it was a first-level quasi-saint who specialized in sensing. Otherwise, the Vajra armor-breaking pearl would not be able to show its true power. It doesn't even know that its armor has been broken. How sad. This tree no longer has the defense of a quasi-saint realm bark. I can kill it with a single strike. Ning Fan's eyes turned sharp. At this moment, he transmitted his voice to Afro and the others. Close your eyes. Withdraw your spirit sense. Afro and the others obediently closed their eyes, shielding their vision and senses and withdrawing their spirit sense. At this moment, Ning Fan summoned the immemorial lightning cauldron. The dazzling lightning covered all the colors in the world in an instant. Ah! The heavenly demon lightning tree was completely defenseless. Its giant eyes were blinded by the lightning from the immemorial lightning cauldron, burning its spirit sense. It lost its ability to sense the outside world. It fell into a state of extreme panic. Then, it felt a sharp pain coming from the trunk of the gigantic tree. The trunk of the heavenly demon lightning tree was too huge. Even if Ning Fan closed his eyes, he could still roughly determine the direction. Then, he pierced through the body of the heavenly demon lightning tree with his sword. At this moment, the ocean-defying sword easily pierced through the weakened bark of the heavenly demon lightning tree and pierced its vital point. At this moment, all the heavenly Magatama jades and the ocean-defying sword exploded inside the body of the heavenly demon lightning tree. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. The main body of the heavenly demon lightning tree was directly destroyed by Ning Fan's sword. At the moment when the blinding lightning dispersed, Ning Fan caught the true spirit of the heavenly demon lightning tree from within its trunk. Then, he pierced it with his sword again. Bang bang bang! When the true spirit of the heavenly demon lightning tree was attacked, the 4 tree demon clones that it summoned could no longer be maintained. One by one, they turned into demonic mist and dissipated. Aphrodite's beautiful eyes sparkled. She did not expect that the battle between quasi-saints would come to an end so soon after it started. Ning Fan seems to have become stronger again. The true spirit of the heavenly demon lightning tree was coughing violently in Ning Fan's hand. Even though its true spirit was captured and attacked by Ning Fan, was a true spirit something that could be destroyed so easily? Especially since it was the true spirit of a quasi-saint realm demon cultivator, it was even harder to destroy. Cough cough. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by you in the end. Tell me, what do you want in order for you to let me go? Let you go? Why should I? Ning Fan sneered. It was not easy for him to capture the true spirit of the heavenly demon lightning tree. How was it possible for him to let it go? If I let the heavenly demon lightning tree go, how could the souls of so many members of the true lightning clan who had been eaten by this tree be able to rest in peace? Humph. Since you don't want to let me go, I will leave by myself. the true spirit of the lightning tree let out a strange laugh. Then, his entire true spirit began to wither rapidly. This scene was exactly the same as when he fell into Ning Fan's illusion technique. Previously, he destroyed his true spirit in the same way and allowed it to be reborn to avoid Ning Fan's illusion technique. At this moment, the true spirit of the lightning tree wanted to use the same trick again to escape from Ning Fan's grasp. Unfortunately, his true spirit could no longer wither after it had withered to a certain extent. Instead, it consumed a large amount of life force for no reason and became even weaker. Impossible. My rebirth ability has been sealed. The true spirit of the lightning tree was astonished. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. Then, he thought of something and roared angrily. No wonder. No wonder you wanted to stab me with your sword after capturing my true spirit. It turns out that you took the opportunity to channel your Wood Sovereign Realm power into my true spirit and formed a seal. That's right. You no longer have the chance to be reborn. Don't even think about escaping from my hands. Ning Fan sneered. However, he certainly would not explain to the true spirit that he did not possess the Wood Sovereign Realm but the Wood Sovereign Realm, which was a higher level. Humph. This old man admits defeat. However, if you think that you can easily kill me just because you captured my true spirit, then you are gravely mistaken. Do you think that I am just a simple heavenly demon lightning tree? I have already said that I will perish together with you today. Soul-sucking technique, activate. Ning Fan's expression changed. He had clearly sealed the rebirth ability of the lightning tree's true spirit. However, the true spirit of the lightning tree still gradually faded away from his hand for some unknown reason. Did this demon escape? No, it didn't. The tree did not run away. It actually had the audacity to invade Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the true spirit of the lightning tree suddenly emerged in Ning Fan's divine spirit sea of consciousness. It took root in his sea of consciousness and stayed there. Among the myriad of Dao Hun clan, there was a clan called the Soul-Sucking Tree Clan. All members of this clan were tree cultivators. They were born with an innate ability to perish together with their enemies. It was called the Soul-Sucking Tree. They could sacrifice their body in cultivation base to occupy the enemy's sea of consciousness. Then, they would devour the enemy's soul step by step and turn it into their own. At this moment, the heavenly demon lightning tree in front of him used the soul-sucking technique on Ning Fan. His true form was not a heavenly demon lightning tree at all but a soul-sucking tree. Many years ago, the soul-sucking tree was not in the form of the heavenly demon lightning tree. At that time, his cultivation base was still weak. At that time, he encountered a heavenly demon lightning tree that was slightly stronger than him. Of course, this soul-sucking tree could not defeat that heavenly demon lightning tree. In desperation, he detonated his soul-sucking tree body and used the soul-sucking technique to occupy the enemy's sea of consciousness. Then, he devoured the enemy's soul step by step and obtained the enemy's body, soul and shell. From that day onwards, he was no longer a soul-sucking tree but a heavenly demon lightning tree. This time, this soul-sucking tree was unlucky enough to run into Ning Fan's hands again. This time, he planned to use the same trick again. He abandoned everything he had when he was a heavenly demon lightning tree and occupied Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Then, he would devour Ning Fan's soul step by step. As long as he succeeds, Ning Fan would no longer exist in this world. In the future, he would be the new Ning Fan. Ha! I have already taken root in your sea of consciousness. Now, I will occupy your consciousness. What's going on? The soul-sucking tree was astonished. The sea of consciousness was the weakest part of a cultivator. Initially, he thought that it would be very easy to occupy Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. However, he was wrong. He was extremely wrong. Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was too strong. It was too monstrous. Even though he had taken root in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness, his root was very shallow. It could not reach the deepest part of Ning Fan's sea of consciousness at all. Moreover, the reason why he could take root in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was because Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was currently injured. When he collided with immortal sovereign Zi-Do's will just now, there were 7 cracks on his sea of consciousness. Damn it! This is basically a sea of consciousness that I can't occupy at all, alright? I can't devour Ning Fan's soul at all. How can there be such a monstrous sea of consciousness in this world? It's simply the natural nemesis of the soul-sucking technique. Is this the technique you used when you were a member of the Dao Hun clan? It's a very powerful technique. It's very similar to the body-seizing technique, but it's on a completely different level. Unlike the body-seizing technique, it doesn't have any side effects. If it wasn't because my sea of consciousness is different from ordinary people, I might have really been devoured by you, taken over by you and replaced by you. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Ning Fan gave it a try. If he wants to, he could easily pull out the soul-sucking tree from his sea of consciousness. However, if he does so, it would worsen the injuries of his sea of consciousness which was already injured. After all, the roots of the soul-sucking tree had already penetrated into his sea of consciousness. Even if the roots were very shallow, it would still be harmful. If Black Devil wasn't around, Ning Fan would probably forcefully pull the soul-sucking tree out of his sea of consciousness at the risk of getting injured. However, since Black Devil was around, why not ask him for some tricks? Humph. Master finally remembered to look for Black Devil, huh? Little Mao was full of resentment. She was still feeling wronged because Ning Fan did not send her to participate in the battle. Alright. Don't be willful anymore. Be good. Tell me how to pull this tree out without getting injured. Ning Fan said helplessly. Unless Master brings me along when you fight in the future, Black Devil won't say anything. Ning Fan could not help but laugh. Was this little Mao no longer as obedient as when he first met her? She actually knew how to bargain with him. This was a good thing. It meant that little Mao had become closer to him, didn't it? Compared to the little Mao who always obeyed his orders, Ning Fan felt that the mischievous little Mao was much more adorable. Master, are you angry? Black Devil is wrong. Black Devil shouldn't bargain with Master. Little Mao only knew that Ning Fan was angry. She was so anxious that she almost cried. She quickly told Ning Fan the method to deal with the soul-sucking tree. Of course, Ning Fan was not angry. He comforted little Mao and began to use the method that Black Devil gave him to deal with the soul-sucking tree. There was a secret technique in the cultivation world that allowed the user to possess the enemy's body. However, there was a risk in doing so. If the technique fails, the user's consciousness might be devoured by the enemy instead. It was the same for the soul-sucking technique. The method that little Mao gave him was a method that specialized in dealing with the soul-sucking technique. It could devour the soul-sucking tree that had invaded his sea of consciousness. According to Black Devil, if I devour the soul-sucking tree in my sea of consciousness, the power of my mind will increase tremendously. This is a good thing. Whether it's casting a powerful illusion technique or using the cross-shaped halo, the mind is indispensable. If that's the case, I'll devour this tree. Hence, the soul-sucking tree that had taken root in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was terrified to find that its consciousness was becoming blurred and was being devoured by Ning Fan bit by bit. It wanted to resist but it was to no avail. The method that little Mao gave him completely nullified his soul-sucking technique. He could not resist at all. He could not understand why Ning Fan understood his soul-sucking technique so well. He could actually nullify it so perfectly and even use it to devour it. Who exactly are you? Why do you know the weakness of my soul-sucking tree clan so well? The soul-sucking tree asked in dissatisfaction before it died. It's not that I know your soul-sucking tree clan very well. It's just that my little Mao, knows all of you very well. Little Mao, What little Mao, The soul-sucking tree's consciousness became even more blurred. It's me. Little Mao's voice entered the world of Ning Fan's sea of consciousness at the right time. What? The Royal Nine Raccoon. Impossible. This is impossible. He actually raised the Royal Nine Raccoon as his house cat. This is impossible. With endless shock, a quasi-saint realm expert had fallen just like that. If it wasn't for the soul-sucking tree abandoning all of its cultivation base as a heavenly demon lightning tree and using the soul-sucking technique, it wouldn't have been so easy for Ning Fan to kill the soul-sucking tree. He would have to go through a lot of trouble. But now, he had saved himself some trouble. Moreover, he had also obtained quite a lot of benefits from it. He had devoured all of the soul-sucking tree's spirit power. That was all the spirit power of a quasi-saint realm expert. It directly increased the power of Ning Fan's spirit power by more than 2 times compared to his original strength. It could be said that the current power of his spirit power was even stronger than many first-level quasi-saints. In the future, it would be much easier for him to use the immemorial rainy night illusion technique or the cross-shaped halos. There was also another benefit. All of the soul-sucking tree's knowledge and abilities of the wood element were transmitted into Ning Fan's sea of consciousness along with his spirit power. He still needed a lot of time to absorb and comprehend the contents of the knowledge. Once he completely absorbs all of the soul-sucking tree's knowledge and abilities of the wood element, his combat power would certainly improve tremendously. This is my first time killing a quasi-saint realm expert. His cultivation base wasn't at its peak. He only had 1/5 of his power. His wood element abilities were completely restrained by me. My Vajra armor-breaking bead managed to break through his defense. His soul-sucking technique just happens to be useless against my sea of consciousness. Even though I had the absolute advantage, I still spent a lot of effort to eliminate this demon. If it's any other quasi-saint realm expert, it would be very difficult for me to gain the upper hand. Killing this demon isn't the end. Next, there's still one more thing I need to do. Ning Fan began to borrow the power of the Netherworld Ghost Flower to create the soul-sucking tree's undying ghost soldiers. This was his first time using a quasi-saint realm expert as a material to create the undying ghost soldiers. The success rate was pitifully low. It was only 5%. Fortunately, he had used a lot of sacrificial offerings. 30% of the cultivators of the true lightning world who had a blood debt with him had become his sacrificial offerings. Moreover, in order to ensure the number of sacrificial offerings, he did not even create the half-saint realm undying ghost soldiers. The number of sacrificial offerings had reached 80 million people. As such, the success rate of creating the undying ghost soldiers had also increased from the initial 5% to nearly 10%. With such a low success rate, it's impossible for me to succeed at all, even though Ning Fan was also looking forward to having an undying ghost soldier with the cultivation base of a quasi-saint realm expert. He had experienced failure before. Thus, his mentality was very positive. If I succeed, I'll be very happy. If I fail, I'll accept it. In short, I'll just try my best not to make any mistakes in my techniques and reduce the number of human errors. Ning Fan did not expect a miracle. However, life was always like this. The more you pursue something, the harder it would be to get it. On the contrary, if you do it unintentionally, miracles would usually happen. When the undying soul-sucking tree with the cultivation base of a quasi-saint realm undying soul-sucking tree officially joined Ning Fan's ghost soldiers, Ning Fan was so surprised that he could not close his mouth. In the past, there was a 70 to 80% chance of failure. Now, the success rate was only 10%. I'm really too lucky. With the addition of a quasi-saint realm ghost soldier, I'll be able to put up a good fight even if I have to face a quasi-saint realm expert of a higher level in the future. Moreover, my chances of winning are very high. The only unfortunate thing is that the soul-sucking tree is good at staying alive and regenerating. Even though its offensive power isn't weak, it's not its forte. This is somewhat inconsistent with the method of choosing ghost soldiers that I've decided on previously. Forget it. It's rare to have a quasi-saint realm ghost soldier. It's not good to have too many requirements. I've already taught the people of the Feng clan a lesson. The debt of blood that should be paid has also been paid for the True Lightning clan. Now, there's only one thing left to do: break the seal of the True Lightning world and release the True Lightning clan to the outside world. Without immortal sovereign Zido's will, the seal of this world could no longer be maintained. Thus, it could be broken with a single strike. Finally, I'm going to fulfill all the promises I made in the past. Senior Tai Su, your soul in heaven can rest in peace. From today onwards, the True Lightning clan will no longer be anyone's slave. Undying soul-sucking tree, from today onwards, you're my slave. The first mission I'm giving you is to help me break the seal of this world. Understood? The undying soul-sucking tree lowered its wooden head respectfully and said with a blank look in its eyes. He actually took a quasi-saint realm expert as his slave. Afro felt that the impact that Ning Fan brought to her today was a little too great. Chapter 1174. On this day, the True Thunder world, which had been peaceful for 1 billion years, finally welcomed a drastic change. In the snowy plains of the True Thunder clan, countless members of the True Thunder clan raised their heads in fear. Looking at the collapsing sky, they could not help but tremble. The sky was actually shattering. The lightning that filled the sky was being dispersed by someone using a great divine ability. Torrential rain and dark night filled the entire True Thunder world. The world was shaking and the earth was trembling. What's going on? The True Thunder realm is actually going to collapse. Is the end of the world coming? The people of the True Thunder tribe, who had been enslaved for 1 billion years, had never seen such a doomsday scene. Even the two great immortal kings of the True Lightning tribe, Metal Lightning and Wood Lightning, were frightened by the impending doomsday. Only Fei Feng knew what the scene before her meant. Turbid tears flowed from her eyes. Tai Su, do you see this? Our True Thunder clan can finally escape from this world. The little friend you found is the great benefactor of our entire clan. How I wish that you would be able to see this scene as well. It has been 1 billion years. Our True Thunder clan has been waiting for this day of freedom for 1 billion years. I'm so tired, so tired. In order to protect your beloved clansmen, I've held on for so long. Now, I can finally unload my burden. I don't have to endure any more pain and suppress my immortal lifespan. I can come and find you. Fei Feng's vision began to drift away. In the wind and snow, she seemed to have returned to her youth. She seemed to have seen a young man named Tai Su, carrying her on his back and protecting her injured leg, walking with difficulty in the snow. Silly Feng, how many times do I have to tell you to understand? You're a girl, and it's very dangerous for you to go into the snow valley alone to collect herbs. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been eaten by that snow bear. Humph. Who asked Brother Tai Su to break his promise? He clearly promised to accompany Feng, to the snow valley, but he stood her up. Brother Tai Su is always lying. I really have something to do this time. Next time, I will definitely accompany you. Time passed quietly. A month later, a new power suddenly joined the Eastern Heavens Slaughter Temple. It was the True Thunder sect, led by the two great immortal kings, Metal Thunder and Wood Thunder. No one knew that the True Thunder race, which had been sealed for many years, had finally been released. No one knew that on the day the True Thunder tribe regained their freedom, an old woman scattered all of her cultivation and returned to the dust. The True Thunder tribe was saved, but the Flying Phoenix Immortal Monarch killed himself. No, it wasn't appropriate to describe it as self-destruction. Actually, the Soaring Phoenix Immortal King's lifespan had been exhausted a long time ago, and his body was practically on the verge of exhaustion. He was merely relying on some sort of secret technique that paid an extremely great price to forcefully continue living in this world. The Thunder Clan had finally been rescued. When she knew that Tai Su would never return, she no longer had any reason to continue holding on. She also no longer had any reason to continue waiting. She could finally put down all her burdens and accept her destiny. I didn't think that this would be the result. I had fulfilled my promise and saved the true Thunder race, but I can't feel happy at all. Senior Fei Feng didn't even get to see Senior Tai Su before she died. There's nothing more regretful than this in this world. He brought the members of the True Lightning clan out of the collapsed True Lightning world and brought them back to the Slaughter Palace. Then, he left again. He needed to find a place to carefully digest the mysteries of the heaven-defying lightning technique and integrate it into his pseudo-devil cavity. Fei Feng's death made Ning Fan feel a sense of loss, but this was also the helplessness of the path of cultivation. What reason did he have to stop Fei Feng from searching for Tai Su in the other world? It was a kind of sacrifice. It was almost stupid and almost obsessed. However, it still moved people. Ning Fan sighed. He searched the vast starry sky of the eastern heaven. After a long time, he finally found an extremely remote, abandoned star which was suitable for him to study his new technique. After the heavenly writings teleportation technique, the boundless thousand rainbow, the void divine tree and old immortal Nan Hua's incomplete void refinement art, Ning Fan obtained the fifth item, the heaven-defying lightning technique. He had already reached the 21st layer of the heaven-defying lightning technique. However, if he wants to gain a deeper understanding of its mysteries, just reaching the 21st layer was obviously not enough. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Fan used 20 years to further cultivate the heaven-defying lightning technique to the 33rd layer. Finally, he extracted the profound meaning of this technique and integrated it into his pseudo-devil cavity. As for the curse that he cast in the true lightning world, it was also undone during these 20 years. Eventually, the completion rate of the pseudo-devil cavity reached 95%. Just a little bit more and I will be able to develop the pseudo-devil cavity. Ning Fan took out the treasure-searching compass and set the direction. Then, he dashed towards the sixth item that he was looking for. A few days later, his figure appeared on a cultivation planet called the Black Market Star. As the name suggested, the Black Market Star was the black market of the Eastern Heaven cultivation world. Rumor has it that the owner behind the Black Market Star was an 8th Tribulation Great Emperor who had been living in seclusion. It was because of this 8th Tribulation Great Emperor that the Black Market Star was able to stand strong and become the best place for devil cultivators to dispose of their stolen goods. Eastern Heaven was filled with wars and chaos. It was common for people to kill others for their treasures and annihilate clans. Since there was plunder, there was a need to dispose of the stolen goods. Many devil lords loved to visit the Black Market Star and sell some of their shameful things here. Ning Fan did not expect that the last item he was looking for would be in the Black Market Star. With his senses, he could easily sense the presence of an extremely obscure immortal emperor's chi on this Black Market Star. It must be the owner behind the Black Market Star. The chi of this immortal emperor was a little unfamiliar. Clearly, he was not someone Ning Fan knew and he had never participated in the Great Battle of the Border River. Most of the cultivators in the Eastern Heaven inherited the bloodline of their ancestors. However, there were also exceptions. The owner behind the Black Market Star was obviously one of them. This emperor could even be indifferent to the survival of the Eastern Heaven. He just sat there and did nothing while wholeheartedly managing his own black market business. Everyone has their own way of living. How this emperor is like has nothing to do with me. As long as he doesn't interfere with my business, I also don't want to cause any trouble. Ning Fan casually used a minor illusion technique to change his appearance and chi. Then, he descended towards the largest market of the Black Market Star. The reason why he changed his appearance was naturally because he did not want to attract too much attention. With his current reputation and status in the Eastern Heaven, if he does not disguise himself and hastily descends on the black market star, it would certainly cause a commotion and make people feel helpless. Because Ning Fan just used a minor illusion technique casually and did not plan to deceive the owner of the black market star, the owner of the black market star sensed his arrival at the first moment. Humph! The dignified master of the slaughter palace actually came to my black market star. Could it be that you are also here for that item? In a hidden cave residence somewhere on the black market star, a green-faced and fanged Dao child stopped meditating and opened his eyes coldly. He was the owner behind the black market star, the child Black Wind. His cultivation base was at the 8 Tribulations realm. In terms of cultivation base, he did not seem to be able to be rude to Ning Fan. However, in reality, he also had an extremely extraordinary identity which made the entire Eastern Heavens cultivation world fear him. He had served the previous ancestral emperor of the Eastern Heaven and was once his personal servant. He had also followed the ancestral emperor to conquer the world together with him and commanded the entire Eastern Heaven. There was also a rumor that after the ancestral emperor of the Eastern Heaven passed away, he had left a certain treasure that he used when he was still alive to this person. No one knew what exactly that treasure was. In the long history of the Eastern Heaven, there were a few immortal emperors who coveted this person's treasure. However, none of them succeeded. What was even stranger was that all of those immortal emperors disappeared mysteriously. No one knew where they went. Some people suspected that the child Black Wind had killed those immortal emperors who coveted his treasure. However, what was even stranger was that the life plates of those immortal emperors who had gone missing were still intact. Obviously, they were still in this world. This speculation was self-defeating. However, if they were still in this world, why would dignified immortal emperors go missing for no reason? Could it be that they were suppressed by the child Black Wind using his great abilities? Is the child Black Wind actually so powerful? As a result, there were more and more rumors about the child Black Wind. As time passed, no one dared to covet his treasure anymore. Due to the child Black Wind's ferocious reputation, no immortal emperors of the same level as him had ever come to the black market star that he ran to cause trouble. When he saw Ning Fan suddenly descend on the black market star, the child Black Wind subconsciously thought that Ning Fan wanted to covet his treasure. However, he soon realized that he had thought too much. It seemed like Ning Fan just wanted to stroll around his black market casually. He was not here to cause trouble. Humph! If this person is really here to buy some ordinary items, I won't be bothered to become enemies with him. However, if he covets my Black Wind gourd, I don't care if he is the Yama of the Eastern Heaven or not. I will certainly use the Black Wind gourd to turn him into the gourd's blood spirit. Of course, Ning Fan did not come for the Black Wind gourd. He also did not know about the various rumors about the child Black Wind. Following the direction of the treasure-searching compass, Ning Fan shuttled through the streets of the black market. Finally, he stopped in front of a shop that emitted a gloomy aura. Mo Wenxian. This was the name of the shop. The two words Mo1 carried a deep meaning. This shop was a place to sell and buy stolen goods. Anyone who came here to buy something was not allowed to ask about the origin of the item. Halt! Just as Ning Fan stepped on the stairs of the shop, 2 figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked his way. The ones who blocked Ning Fan were 2 old monsters with strong qi. They were the guards of Mo Wenxian. Their entire bodies were wrapped in black cloaks and their faces could not be seen clearly. At this moment, Ning Fan had used an illusion technique to conceal his cultivation base. The cultivation base that he revealed was only around the void fragmentation realm. The 2 guards could not see through Ning Fan's real cultivation base. Thus, they did not intend to let Ning Fan enter the shop. According to the rules of this shop, first-step cultivators are not allowed to take half a step into this shop. The 2 guards said coldly. Oh, is that so? Ning Fan did not care about the 2 guards' impoliteness. He slightly raised his qi to the peak of Duzhen and said, Now, is your cultivation base enough? Peak of Du Zhen. Qi is a little unfamiliar. Since when did Eastern Heaven have such an old monster Du Zhen? The two guards' expressions changed slightly, but they did not ask anything. After pondering for a while, they finally let Ning Fan in. The interior of the shop had its own space. There were tens of thousands of rows of shelves. Every shelf was protected by a formation. Through the formation, one could see all kinds of illegal goods on the shelves. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the shelves in front of him and realized that the price of the illegal goods here was obviously lower than the normal price. It was almost half of the normal price. Most of the illegal goods had questionable origins, so it was natural for them to be cheap. Ning Fan was not the only cultivator who came here to buy the illegal goods. There were many other cultivators who came here to sell their goods. Most of them hid their heads and showed their tails, not wanting others to know their true identity. They did not talk to each other at all. Most of the goods that were placed at the outermost area were cheap goods. They were also using the lowest grade silver shelves. Further inside were the gold shelves. Most of the high-grade goods were placed there. Of course, it did not mean that all the goods placed on the silver shelves were trash. Could it be that the owner of this shop could not make a mistake at times? There would always be some treasures that would be covered in dust and their value would be misjudged by others. After years of cultivation, Ning Fan had become quite proficient in his ability to communicate with all living things. He could control it at will and only listen to the voices of all living things within a certain range. Today, Ning Fan almost always maintained a trace of his ability to communicate with all living things. Because of that, when he passed by the shelves, he could hear the voices of many illegal goods. I'm not a profound crystal associated Oregon. I'm a true profound ore. On one of the silver shelves, a piece of ore was complaining. Unfortunately, other than Ning Fan, no one could hear its complaint. The label of this ore was marked with the name of the profound crystal associated ore and the price of 12 million Dao crystals. However, it was actually not a profound crystal associated Oregon. Instead, it was a true profound ore that was worth more than 60 million Dao crystals. I'm not an ordinary magic treasure. I'm a sacrificial artifact of the Spirit Sea clan. Another half-damaged First Nirvana immortal sword that had been marked with the wrong price complained. A half-damaged First Nirvana immortal sword was not worth much. It was close to being a piece of trash. However, if this sword had other profound meanings, it certainly could not be sold at the price of a piece of trash. The owner of the shop had set the wrong price. One had to admit that Ning Fan's all-living things communication was extremely useful. It was simply a divine technique that he could use to pick up scraps in the black market. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not really buy those illegal goods that had been undervalued. It was because those items were useless to him. With his current status, there was no need for him to earn money by reselling illegal goods. Moreover, he was too lazy to get involved with the karma behind these illegal goods. The item that the treasure-searching compass was pointing at was on one of the gold shelves in the deepest part of the shop. Ning Fan just wanted to buy that item secretly and leave. He wanted to keep a low profile. Unexpectedly, when Ning Fan passed by one of the silver shelves, his heart skipped a beat. He heard a different voice from that shelf. Little butterfly, don't die. Don't leave me. I want you to accompany me to watch the morning moon in the ancient desolate mountain. I want to save you. I must save you. Even if I have to betray the ancient desolate immortal domain and join the purple doe immortal domain, I will still save you. No one can stop me. There was a voice of a woman that was as stubborn as a devil. It carried sorrow and determination and directly entered the depths of Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. That was the voice of the sword ancestor. Ning Fan's expression changed and he stopped walking. He did not expect to encounter such a situation at this time and place. The moment he turned his head, he saw an ancient fossil on the silver shelf. This fossil looked like amber but it was not. Inside the transparent fossil, there was a butterfly wing sealed inside. It was the butterfly's left wing. It seemed to have been directly cut off by a sharp blade. The incision was very smooth. There seemed to be some kind of sword intent at the incision. However, it had already dissipated at this moment. What was even stranger was that the moment Ning Fan saw this butterfly fossil, the butterfly's left wing that was sealed inside the fossil had triggered the law of samsara and disappeared. This kind of disappearance was not unfamiliar to Ning Fan. In the past, he had seen this kind of disappearance in the space-penetrating stone in the wild ancient region. That kind of feeling was like the past and the future meeting, and one of them would disappear. At this moment, it seemed to be the same situation. I see. Unexpectedly, at an unintentional time, in an unintentional place, he saw his own wings. What happened? All the guards of Mo Wenxian were shocked by the sudden change that happened here. The shelves of Mo Wenxian had a sensory restriction. Once something happens to the goods, the guards of the store would immediately notice it. Each of the guards of the store with strong qi flashed to the scene. When they saw the strange scene on the silver shelf, all of them were enraged. The butterfly fossil that was supposed to be sold was actually damaged. The butterfly's left wing had disappeared into thin air. At this moment, Ning Fan was the only one around the shelf. All the guards were certain that Ning Fan had violated the rules of the black market by stealing the butterfly's left wing from the fossil. Even though the value of this fossil was very low in the eyes of the guards, rules were rules. The rules of the black market star were not to be challenged by anyone. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in my black market star? Do you know who the owner of Mo Wenxian is? He is the owner of the black market star. If you are sensible, hand over the butterfly's left wing that you stole. Otherwise, don't blame us for acting according to the rules and killing you. The guards shouted angrily. As soon as the customers saw that something had happened, they immediately gathered around to watch the show with different expressions. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't steal the butterfly's wings from this fossil. It disappeared on its own. Ning Fan casually explained. Actually, he was too lazy to explain to these people. It was because at this moment, his heart had been completely filled with shock and awe because of the fossil. He was shocked by the fact that he had met himself in another way. He was even more shocked by the words of the woman who would not regret even if she died 100 times. Little butterfly, don't die. Don't leave me. I want you to accompany me to watch the morning moon in the ancient desolate mountain. I want to save you. I must save you. Even if I have to betray the ancient desolate immortal domain and join the purple dough immortal domain, I will still save you. No one can stop me. It turned out that when he was still a butterfly in the true world, he was once killed by someone with a supreme sword intent. It turned out that the sword ancestor of that generation had tried to save him at all costs. Sword ancestor, Emperor 2, Ji Qingling, what kind of woman are you exactly? In the past, I was just an ordinary butterfly. Why did you risk everything to save me? As expected, I owe you a lot of karma. When I didn't know anything, when I was just an ordinary butterfly, this butterfly fossil really has great karma. This old man wasn't mistaken. Far away from the marketplace, the Black Wind child's eyes were first filled with shock and then joy. When the survivors of the Primal Pill Star region came here to sell this fossil, he could already tell that this fossil was extraordinary. What a joke! Even an idiot could see how shocking the sword intent contained in the fossil was. Unfortunately, the sword intent in the fossil was too thin and could not be used to kill people. It could only be used for enlightenment. If he could understand this supreme sword intent, there was no doubt that the strength of the Black Wind child would increase tremendously. However, he sadly realized that he could not understand the supreme sword intent in the fossil no matter how hard he tried. That sword intent was too profound. Even a saint might not be able to understand a bit of it. What's more, the Black Wind Child had used up all the sword intent in the fossil. In the end, the fossil was only left with a shell and the left wing of the ordinary butterfly. It couldn't be wrong. That was the wing of an ordinary butterfly. It had no research value. The Black Wind Child believed that this fossil was no longer useful. That was why he put it on display and planned to sell it at a low price. His life's creed did not allow him to waste a single item. Even if this fossil had already lost its most precious sword intent and was almost like an ordinary object, he still had to sell it. He could not waste a single cent. He could not lose a single cent. Because money was supreme. Because money could move the gods. Because this was his Tao. However, never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the item he had thought to be useless to him would display such a strange scene at this very moment. It can't be wrong. Although I don't know what the Yama kid did to this fossil, there's no doubt that the power that caused the butterfly's left wing to disappear was the power of the reincarnation laws. I've made a mistake. This time, I've really made a mistake. Who would have thought that such an ordinary fossil would actually hide the secret of reincarnation? If I can understand the reincarnation mysteries of this fossil, perhaps one day, I will be able to succeed my master and become another East Sky Ancestor Emperor. The Black Wind Child's eyes were filled with greed. With a flash, he disappeared without a trace. At the same time, in Mo Wenxuan's shop, Ning Fan, who was unwilling to bully others, finally made a concession to the guards around him. Since everyone is sure that the butterfly's wings in this fossil were stolen by me, how about this? I will buy this fossil. Then, I won't break the rules of the black market planet, right? Ning Fan sighed. This. The guards were stunned for a moment. Then, they continued. Sure. According to the rules, if you want to avoid death after being caught stealing goods, you have to pay 100 times the price of the goods. This fossil is priced at 100 million Tao crystals. If you pay 10 billion Tao crystals, we can forget about this matter. 10 billion Tao crystals, huh? Fine. In the end, it's because of me that the butterfly's wings disappeared. However, I didn't expect that I would need to spend money to buy my own wings. Ning Fan did not want to put these guards in a difficult position after all. Thus, he paid according to the rules. At the end of the day, the guards here were just working for the master of the black market planet. It was not easy for them. Ning Fan's personality was like this. Unless he had a huge grudge against someone, he was never a person who was difficult to talk to. When the guards saw that Ning Fan had paid according to the rules, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They no longer made things difficult for Ning Fan. They took the fossil from the shelf and sold it to Ning Fan. At the moment when Ning Fan received the fossil, an overwhelming immortal emperor's aura turned into a black wind and descended from the sky. This old man does not agree to this deal. Under the shocked gazes of countless cultivators in the black market, the Black Wind Child who rarely showed his face appeared above Mo Wenxuan. His killing intent was locked onto Ning Fan. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.